Okay, call in. Gotta get down to the right number. There it is.
Aaron, you there?
I'm here.
All right, everybody. Sorry, late posting. I was out. Again, this is not to buy or sell. In case the SEC is listening, this is advice from two guys just bullshitting about Finger and GTI and security fraud, and just bring you up to date on things that we're seeing, what we hear, so we can actually expose Lynn Partners and the Kramers and force the issue with the SEC. So I've been running around the town today, and just so you know, I went down to Katz's Deli. Everybody on the phone got to stop telling everyone to go to Katz's Deli. The line was down the block. I sent a few people the photo of it. For those who don't understand, it's on. We call it in New York City Houston Street, but you guys call it Houston Street. And it's a famous deli that has the best pastrami sandwiches in the world. So when in Rome, you got to do like the Romans. So I went and grabbed a pastrami sandwich. Anyway, I have a couple of meetings tonight at a steakhouse, and hedge funds will be hearing what we now know is a fact, that Lynn Partners has been shorting against the debenture. I have the printout from Buy-ins.net, about 165 million shares short. And I will explain it and go over complete details, every gory detail of the crime. I will bring up the fact that we are producing a documentary, and that Finger Motion will have a nice little segment. And I think I have the actual, if anyone could post this, the actual Finger. I'm trying to get this to the people that are producing the documentary, and if someone could post this for me, it would be great. I sent it to a group of people. Hopefully someone can post it up for me. I want them to get it off of Twitter. And it's the FNGR, it says Kill Naked Shorts. They're looking for that sticker. If I can get that from somebody, that'd be great. I missed the morning trading. Obviously the market sold off, so they did the Kramer cha-cha, moving it down. I can't tell the trading. I didn't see it, so I couldn't tell. But obviously, they're playing games, trying to get people to bail out of their options. It's the same nonsense. But again, smart people accumulate, and that's how it works. Okay, I can't stop the manipulation. All right, but again, the lower they sell it, the less money they get, the more shares they have to sell. We all know the game. Anyway, William, do you guys have anything that you want me to jump off of? Or?
I don't see any questions yet that are astonishing.
Well, I'll just start off with the MMTLP, which they got the response from the SEC, and the SEC told the senators they want to meet and have a meeting over that letter. Okay, against that the senators want to know what's going on at MMTLP. For those who are not paying attention, a group of senators, elected officials, sent a letter to the SEC demanding to know the status of MMTLP, and the SEC's response after 10 days of sitting on the letter was, hey, why don't we have a meeting about it? And just like the gentleman who passed away yesterday, with his Tony, I don't know his last name, the SEC doesn't give a shit about nothing. They're not protecting anybody here. They look the other way, and you have to do it yourself. All right? You can just see, without a chairman that'll help you out, AMC, those poor people just got hosed by the CEO again. I told you that. The guy's not in your camp. Maybe one day he'll wake up and do something, but I don't believe in him. We tried our best to help everybody there. But again, this is something that you have to take on yourself, and we're not going away until Lynn Partners and the Kramers meet their final destination, which will be in a prison cell. All right. I sent a few people. I passed Jeffrey's headquarters on 53rd in Madison. I took a photo outside their office this morning, and I sent it to a few people. If someone wants to post that, they're welcome. But again, we're not going away until they all get exposed and are forced to cover the shares. End the conversation. We burned our boats. We're not going anywhere. And again, I didn't see this morning's trading, but I could see the manipulation down. There is no selling. It's just them selling back and forth, and that's what they do. When you see a bid pop up and they hit it immediately, that's them selling to themselves. All right. Any questions, William?
One guy was asking on GTII, the stock action today. He knows that everything's getting attacked, but it's pretty high volumes. Where are they getting the shares to sell GTII?
So what they're doing in GTII, without even being here, they're crossing stock to create the volume, so that you ask, where's the high volume coming from? It's fake. I'll put up the definition, and you can actually understand what a wash trade is. And this way, I posted it a bunch of times, but you can actually see what it means. Wash trading, how it works. There you go. I'll put the whole comment. The thing is right here on Twitter right now. Wash trades, GTII. It's wash trades for a reason. Give me 1 second. I'll put it up there so you can understand. Wash trade is illegal in the U.S. Like spoofing. It's the same thing.
Like stealing out of Dwayne Reed and Macy's.
Exactly. I told the people producing the documentary, William, you're lying, that Escobar should not be a drug dealer. He should have just been a naked short seller.
Yeah, it's so complicated to be a drug dealer. You can sit in an air-conditioned office and steal from the markets.
Right. That's exactly right.
So he's still asking this guy, why is the high volume on GTII? I think you just answered it.
I posted it for you.
What's going on with GTII's dividend again, they ask. Look, guys, it's a restricted dividend. It has 6 months. It's worth the price of GTII stock. It doesn't show in your account with a value because it doesn't trade yet, but it will trade as soon as the legend comes off. Anyway, all the questions are on GTII. Sorry about that.
No problem. I'm just putting up exactly what you said here. I was out, so I'm sorry, and I'm running quickly. All right, finger motion, GTI. Why rob a bank, sell drugs, commit any crime? Just make it short.
Yeah. And if you get caught, slap on the wrist, you don't go to jail, and you can do it again.
I'm sorry, I'm just posting that. Hopefully I didn't spell 50 words wrong. The thing always corrects me. Or that, or I'm a complete idiot. Anyway, so I don't believe anything has changed in any of the stocks. I think it's just manipulation, and I think it's coming to an end. That's how I feel. That's what I see. And I'm sorry if I can't do it in your time frame. Again, my friends own options. We own stock. We own options. And we suffer with you. We're not sitting here trying to hold up a stock, trying to keep you invested. If you want to get out, by all means, you can do whatever you like. This is not, we used to call this is not lockdown securities. You can trade, do whatever you like. I could give a rat's ass what you're doing. We are educating you about a security fraud that has probably stolen 90% of your money. You don't even know what happened. All right, so we're trying to help expose the fraud. We caught 2 criminals, 2 crime families, Lynn Partner and his group of gypsies, and the Kramers out of Long Island and GTII. The Kramers have been labeled bad actors already, so there's not much more we could do. We put the truck in front of the SEC, And I do believe that the Kramers, obviously, we know people that met with the FBI. For those that don't believe it, I really don't care. I spoke with the gentleman. It's a fact. Right? So, law enforcement moves slowly. You know, they knew, probably knew something about Bernie Madoff and let it go on for a long time. They knew about Epstein. They let it go on for a long time. But when they do fold and they do get caught, all right, so that's what I see coming. And again, we have a documentary. Everybody's sitting around, and I helped get a documentary done. William's going to help get a documentary done. All right? And I apologize that I can't sit here and squeeze the stock up for you on your time frame. So again, you can't yell at us about this. We're not police officers. We don't carry guns, although I wish we did. It would be over quickly. All right, but I can't do it. So again, we never told you that we can go in there and throw them out of a window. All right, no one's ever said that. So again, this is the SEC dragging their feet, and just remember, this is the agency that's supposed to protect you. We're trying to fight back, and we've done everything possible. All right, if you're upset, call the SEC. I'll put that number up there. Call the whistleblower. Scream, yell, ask, tell them you want them to investigate. Follow the money trail. Whoever's selling the stock, the money goes to them. It's pretty easy. That's the money trail. Follow the money trail to the crooks. And if you're asking about Alpine, that gentleman, Richard, is that his name, Richard again? Richard Hoffman?
Yeah, not legal advice.
When something comes out, Mr. Hoffman will post it and walk us through it. He'll spoon feed us like a baby about what it means in English. All right, so thank God we have somebody like that who can actually decipher the court documents and help us out there. We know where the short lies. We know it's there. They're all going to walk away from it. Who's going to get stuck holding the bag? That's the problem. Again, Jeffries is again stuck holding the bag and Lynn Partners. If anyone owns the brokerage stock, stay away from Jeffries. You can trade, do whatever you like to do. But you know what? Credit Suisse, and I said it a bunch of times, you can't lose billions of dollars and everything's going to be fine. And everything wasn't fine. They wind up going out of business. That's what happens in this case. When you have unlimited liability, that's what happens. Anything else, William?
Well, somebody says AMC is running. I don't believe it. Where are the big buyers in Finger? They seem to have been there all day long. Now they don't seem to be there. I have no idea how you would know. And can you talk about Wolf?
Wolf, I believe, is going to do something strategic, meaning a dividend. You know, I'm hearing things like a dividend and some other things to do to show a sign of confidence of what they got going on. Yesterday's attack was premeditated. There was a rumor that the company was going to do a financing, and they actually said it on their call. They have no intentions of raising any money. So, again, that was what someone told me there on the call. And there you go about that.
And
which is the big buyers? Okay, for the 1,000th time, if a big buyer is buying stock, they're not here to help any of us. They're here to help themselves. If you like to go buy stock and jam it up to $6 to make us all happy, be my guest. Go knock yourself out. Or you're going to try to accumulate it at the best price for yourself. That's how Wall Street works. Okay? This isn't you get in and then a big fund comes behind you and you cash out your ticket. That's not how it works. All right? That happened one time, and AMC, GameStop, KOSS, Kodak, and you didn't even have a chance really to get into most of these things. Okay, but that's make-believe world. What you're seeing is the real world now. So that's a different... Yeah.
Vansi Kiev, who always asks the most insistent questions, is asking, I don't know what it means. You said you need here for $1 So you got in Finger at 750. Number one, Vonsi, it's nobody's business what he got into Finger at, and your question doesn't make any sense.
Me?
Huh?
My first purchase of Finger was December 19th, 2018, and I paid $287. That was in 2018, the beginning of December 31st. Excuse me, December 31st, 2018.
Right. Don't worry about it. I don't think it's anybody's business what you paid for it.
Listen, again, call the SEC up on whatever your name is, make a complaint, and ask them if they follow the sell tickets to the money. It's pretty easy. They're not coming. The money's not coming to me, Bond, whatever. Okay? Call the SEC up. This is what the short sellers want the longs to do. To bitch at each other because they're manipulating the stock down. So either grow up, sell your stock, or go call a cop. One of the three things I can tell you to do. All right? I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just teaching you the facts of security fraud. I'm not selling the stock down. As a matter of fact, I've been out most of the day until a few minutes ago. So I have nothing to do with you're seeing going on here. It's Lynn Partners. If you like to meet me, I'll meet you outside the building, and then we'll drag you upstairs to their office so you can go bitch to them yourself if you like. All right? They're on Madison Avenue. Go knock yourself out. Knock on their door. Say whatever you want to say. There you go. That's where the paper trail, that's where the money leads to. One of their friends is hiding it offshore. As far as I'm concerned, their friends are the Taliban. They're terrorists. And if they're partnering with it and taking money into their own pockets and funding terrorists, they belong in jail for life. Prove me wrong that they're not terrorists. And if you like to go there, I'll put their address up there again. Go knock on their door. All right? It's easy to stand behind a phone telling us that we're doing something wrong, and we haven't sold a share of stock. We're not even here. I wasn't even here today. We're selling it down. It's Lynn Partners. Grow up. We've been telling you for months, a year, 2 years already. Go read the truck sign. Have some balls and step out like a real man instead of talking shit. There's people have their money on the line here, and I don't need to hear from a jerk-off like you crying. Go call the SEC, call the FBI, call whoever you want. But go make a move and do something. All right? If you don't want to do something, then get shut up and disappear. I can't help you. This is a group of people fighting to save everything. We're not here playing games. Lynn Partners and the Kramers are both frauds. Everybody knows about it. Go read their history. Go see what Lynn Partners does to public companies. Then come back and complain. Next.
Fidelity, for your information, apparently is down.
I know. I don't get next.
And how about what is going on with Wes, Christian, and Finger and GTII?
It's a public company. He's not allowed to convey unless he speaks with I can't get any information. That's it. I know Wes. I can't ask information about public companies. He's an attorney. What he says affects the stock. It's inside information. Call the SEC and ask them to call Wes up for you. I'm not doing it.
ASRE, do you know anything about the stock the Kramers are trapped?
All I know is that the Kramers had a note. They got paid off. It's pretty well known. And it's the same situation. The toxic lenders, the Kramers, the scumbags, the bad actors have been now exposed. I don't know how many shares they short. The story is about 5 million shares. I can't fight 14 battles on 14 fronts. But I appreciate that companies fight back and expose the Kramers, and they let me know about it, which I thought was great. So I do keep an eye on it because of what they've done in the Kramers. All right? The more people that do stuff against the Kramers and Lynn, the better it is for all of us.
This one, this is the one everyone wants to know. Do you think there's still a chance for Friday's calls on Finger?
Have I ever changed my mind about that?
No, you haven't. You haven't. No one's challenging.
But listen, for people that don't know how to trade options, Option expiration, the stocks go up, they go down, they go back up, and I'll just go over what I repeated yesterday. NVIDIA was $460. In 2 days, I reported it on August 7th. I said they were going to attack NVIDIA. It went from 460 to 403, and I believe it hit 450 something today, I think. Here it is, 452. So in a few days, this stock is going to round trip down 50 and back up 50. All right? I talked about it yesterday. Imagine having options you bailed out yesterday because it was collapsing. And today it's back the other way. Complete round trip. People, that is what you're watching. That is Fraud Street. They need to create volatility to get people to bail out. The shorts are bagged in NVIDIA. They attacked it, drove it down, made people panic to get out, and they took it right back up because they're trying to cover. There's a classic example. Everyone's options that were worth a lot of money went to zero. The next day, they went right back up to what they were worth again the day after. Guaranteed you how many people, 9 out of 10 people panicked and sold. And it's right back. That's Wall Street. They moved the stock, and the stock hurts the options. That's what they did.
Somebody is saying go spelled in the French GEAO Tigers. I don't know if that's good or bad for you. And then somebody else is pointing out that HKD broke 660.
There you go.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's been at 660 for 6 months. Let's see how it closes. It's pretty interesting. Let's see what happens. I wasn't paying attention to it.
Yeah.
Well, based on its history, if you buy the dip here, you could probably sell it at 660 because for some reason they park it there. People need to understand.
A lot of people are thanking you. A lot of people are thanking you.
Listen, I got it. Listen, I don't need. I'm not here for that, and I appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. But education, you have to learn the game. This is a fast-moving game. Professionals just got their pants taken down and raped in NVIDIA. Up, down, sideways by short sellers. That wasn't long since sold the stock down and are buying it back. Those are shorts that attacked it. It was a bear rate of $50. Not 50 cents, $50. And a complete round trip. NVDA. Go look at the last 2 days of trading. From 460 down to 403, back up to 452. In 3 days. You don't know. We can't stop that manipulation. Stocks don't trade like that. That's manipulation.
Right. I agree. Hey, JR. One gentleman's asking you, which is, I'll phrase it in a positive way. You point out that we can't chart fraud. On the other hand, several of your friends are charting finger and think it's about to explode to the upside. I think he means it in a positive way, that question.
Listen, I'm not a believer in charts. I'm a believer in what I see with my eyes and what I was taught. Okay? I believe in charts on real stock. My older brother is an expert chartist. Expert. And I don't even go to him to ask his opinion on GTII or finger motion because every time he looks at it and he tells me it doesn't compete, it's like we can never tell what it's going to do. And that's when we came up where you can't chart this stuff because it's all fraudulent activity.
Right. Right.
If everybody is so good in charts, you should be charting NVIDIA, and when it hits your triple bottom, whatever number you want to call it, at 403, it was a screaming buyer. You made yourself $40 on the way back up. That's the chart guy that has the balls to say that, hey, broke 410, should stop at 403 on my line, this line, that line. And when it turns, if you make $40, and that's when you can hang a medal on it.
Right.
And another thing is Michael Burry, if he was so wonderful, okay, that he's calling the market to collapse, why is he telling the whole world?
Exactly. I agree with that.
What's he telling the whole world about?
I agree with that.
Maybe that market's going to go down. He's going to come out and say this 10 times a day. How many days we got to hear it in a row? Now, I'm a believer that the market's going down. I don't need Michael Burry to tell me that. But short sellers, like longs, promote their commissions. And it's easy to get people to sell a stock. All right? I can't scare you into or get you to buy a stock. You need money to do it. All right? You need a lot of money to buy these stocks. I don't believe in that. I believe these guys are using the market and their voice to manipulate the markets. And that's why the DOJ is going after Andrew Left. And, you know, they're hurting the message these guys.
Not that it matters what I think, but I think the market might surprise people by not going down since everybody is calling for it to go down. But anyway.
That's not, listen, I'm just telling you that I worked for short sellers before, and I never saw a story, I never heard boo, I never heard anything. Today's short sellers is they get short, and then they tell the whole world, they stand on a milk crate in Times Square screaming. It's very different than before.
So is your gut telling you we end Lynn Partners any day now? I like that question. I think so.
Listen, I believe that Lynn Partners is toast. I think they're going down. Again, I can't stop them hitting the $5 bid for 900 shares. If I was short, I'd be doing the same thing they're doing. Manipulate it down, get everybody in a panic. I just showed you what happened in the video. Now, I can't guarantee it's going to happen finger, but that's the option market.
Right.
That's what the option market is. If you catch it correct, you got tremendous leverage and you make a fortune. Again, I can't stop the manipulation.
One of your followers is saying there's an elephant sanctuary in Indiana, and he invites you there when this is all over. I think that's great.
I would love to go. My son went to one in Thailand many years ago. So again, listen, I'm an animal person. If I see a naked short seller in the street laying there, you know, I'm not going to say I'm going to back over them once or twice, but I really don't give a shit about them. They can die. They can get the worst form of disease, and I could care less about them. They're a disgrace. They robbed everyone on this phone. One way, shape, or form, they think it's their God-given right that they could just loot. And then post pictures like Charlie Mayo, I have a wife fetish, or the Kramers, no one fucks with our gang, our crew. That's their mentality. Lynn Partners just sitting here smiling and destroying public companies and stealing and destroying lives and couldn't care less. There's no mercy for these guys. I'll be the first guy in the courtroom telling the judge to throw them in jail for life. I'll be there, guaranteed.
I like it. I'm just looking. There's. I'm
going to tell you right now, without even looking, that GTII short is going to be 33% today, 34%, and most of it's fake trading, trying to create the illusion that people are selling. And as you say it, there comes 10,000 at 72.50. That's a short seller because he's using 72.50 cents.
Okay, somebody's pointing out fingers at $5. That's okay.
I just spoke about that.
I know.
Listen, this is a tough game. All right? This isn't the real world. All these stocks are being manipulated or across the board. Look at ASCE. We just talked about it. The Kramers are short. They have no debenture. No one buys them in. You know, I went through Lynn's other stocks. Look what they did to SYTA. They killed that company. All right? It's $4.36 today on 6 million shares. You have to be out of your mind to still there. They're going to short it back down. I don't care what the company does. They just reversed it and destroyed everybody. I mean, just look what they've done. The stock was 10 to 4 cents. They did 100 for one reverse, and now it's $4, and everything's okay. It's up $1 today. Big deal.
When do you think your documentary's gonna come out?
Hopefully, we'll get a trailer. I'll call it a sizzle reel any day.
A sizzle reel.
That's when they do it's the movie trailers.
I love it. I love it.
And we're gonna have Jeffrey. What's his name? What's that guy's name? Jeffrey Lynn. What's his name?
Jeffrey Easton.
Jeff Easton. Yes, we're gonna have his puss and his other Canadian friend, that other thief from Canada. His face prominently displayed.
Valier. Philippe Valier.
His CFO and the other one, I forget what she does. Their faces and their pussies
Hailey
on
Kim.
TV.
I think it's
Let them
Kim.
enjoy seeing their faces on the big screen to show their family what a disgrace they are. Honey, I go to work, I steal money, and I loot from investors every day, but I get paid. Okay, that's a great job. Good luck.
You know who's a disgrace is the SEC and Gary Gensler and Virginia Countryman or whatever her name is. They do nothing about this. When they catch them, they're like my dog catching a squirrel. He lets them go. It's an embarrassment that the SEC has a budget and does absolutely nothing to protect the United States investor. Anyway.
It would take them 2 seconds to come out, and all they have to say is, if you get caught naked short selling, we're going to recommend the Department of Justice put you in jail. It's a criminal charge. It's over with in a minute.
Alternatively, they could come out and say, you know what? If you invest in the United States securities markets, you're on your own. We don't care if you're robbed. They could say that. But instead, everyone lives in the limbo where they expect that the Securities Act, that's almost 100 years old, gets enforced. But it's not.
So we just watched the short seller come down in GTII to 72. They hit the 72 bid. It was 72.50 offered. I told you when they dropped in, that was a short. And what did they do? They cross it. And that's another 10,000 trades so that you can sit there and say, oh, look at the volume. It's fake. It's back and forth. A wash trade is a make-believe trade so that people can see volume. And volume, everyone thinks volume means that they're selling. It's make-believe selling.
Do you believe the price of finger will be pressed downward because of option expiration like last time?
I think you're watching it today. There's nothing going on. It's 400,000 shares.
Right.
They already tried that attempt, pushing it down. That didn't work.
Right.
Stock bounces right back up. And option expiration, what is today? Or anybody can tell me what today is?
15th.
What day of the week is it?
Tuesday.
You don't start doing this option expiration until Thursday, Friday. So you're way ahead. Anybody who thinks that they do it on Tuesday has no knowledge of the option market.
Right.
They're not going to use all their powder on Tuesday to try to get a closing price on Friday on Tuesday. The stock can turn in a second, and they're shorting the stock down to do what? To lose money on that too? Option expiration is Friday. That's when they try their attempts. Thursday, late Friday.
All right, that was my last question. This guy's saying we should start these chats with a
All right, so
Serenity
here it is.
now.
So everybody, they've crossed 1,000 puts at 10 cents on the September 3 puts at 10 cents. So they crossed 1,000 puts to themselves at 10 cents. Keep an eye on that. Those are the September 3s. They're worthless puts. All right? So they're trying to create some activity. There's no reason to short against it because they're worthless, those puts. There's no protection. It's impossible. So just keep an eye on what they're doing here. All right? This is the first day we've seen some activity on the put side. I've been watching it, right? There's been zero. The open interest is 73. Tomorrow it'll be 1,073. The fours were 97. They printed 550 cents in those. And there's nothing else. Those are the only two puts that are traded. So I'll keep an eye on those things.
One gentleman's asking, do you still expect it to pop this week? You know, nobody knows for sure.
Listen, the activity in the stock going up on big volume, going down on no volume is a buy signal. Okay? They're just manipulating it back and forth, and I can't stop these trades. Just like they're doing in GTII.
Right.
Okay? We know that they're naked short, they haven't covered a share, and they need people to come out of the stock. That's what they're doing.
Right.
Is that it? We're okay?
Well, yeah, no, I'm just looking. They're asking what your favorite cut of steak is.
Listen, when I go to dinner, and there's a lot of people, I hardly eat, whatever, and I just do a lot of talking. So I will be educating many players on this. And I won't stop. I had a big meeting this morning at 12 o'clock, and I will continue. Again, education. We will find the big players. There's big players here. We know that. And you know what? When it's time, it goes.
I'll ask you a question. I know you told me Jeffries has an office on Madison Avenue. Which firm will lose their Madison Avenue address first? Lind Partners or Jeffries?
Well, I expect Lynn to get pulled out by their hair by the federal authorities. Once Jeffries calls up for the margin call and they don't have it, the first thing to do, the feds will be at their door.
All right.
What Jeffries will be behind.
What time of day is best to buy to hedge against the shorts? I don't know.
I don't know what that means. You mean to hedge against the shorts?
Yeah, he says what time of day is best to buy.
If you want to bet with the shorts, go buy the puts that they're buying. Go look.
No, he's saying what time of day is it best to buy to hedge against the shorts? But he admits the question is confusing.
What time of the day is the best to buy? I told you to buy. The way you buy a stock is you buy 10, 20%. You're buying 1,000 shares, you buy 200 on the opening on their attack, and you buy it throughout the day, and you get an average price. And that's just how you should sell the same way. So if you were doing this throughout the day, you may not have the 499 average, but you may have a 512 average instead of a 550 average, right? And that's how you do it. And this is how you catch, and that's how you catch a bottom and lower your cost. Remember, this isn't a normal stock. This is a stock that's constantly under attack by criminals. So their only motive is to knock it lower and to make you suffer. That's what they're doing. Until it turns and they can't. So remember, real shorts let stocks go up. Frauds, naked shorts, knock the stocks down. That's what you're seeing. You're watching fraudulent activity trying to manipulate a stock lower so that they can benefit from it. But they cannot benefit unless they buy stock to cover. So they're doing it, but their whole exercise is for nothing.
Where are they locating shares to sell? Somebody's asking.
It's called counterfeiting. There's a loophole. They're using a loophole. That's it.
It's an illegal. They're illegally using that loophole.
That's it. And it's going to come to an end. This is going on a long time. We have lawyers. The SEC is under the pressure with the MMTLP. That's not going away. Senators know about it. I know everybody wants it over in 30 seconds. Trust me, so do I. But I can sit and wait as long as I see that this whole team between the Kramers and Lind Partners is put in jail. I'll wait it out.
Is Jameis Winston ever going to play in the NFL?
whoever that is, kick him off. Kick him off your site.
No, you're talking about that quarterback you like.
Yes, he is. He's the best. I believe he's going to be a starting quarterback.
Did he get injured?
He's got to get out of that shitty city, New Orleans. That's what he has to get out of.
Did he get injured?
No, he's just got. It's a long story. You know what I mean?
All right. It's like RG3 for the.
But no, I loved RG3 too, but he hurt his leg. He was a runner, and he hurt his leg. But if you have a bad leg and you're a runner, that's not going to work in the NFL.
And I think it was the coach's fault, but that's just.
It always is the coach's fault. That's what the problem is. Most of these coaches in the NFL are dumber than Lynn and the Kramers.
There's a
Charlie
few.
May would make a better coach.
There's a few questions about Alpine, but I'm not going to bother you with them.
Alpine is, we're going to wait for Richard Hoffman to give us our update on it. It's basically they're dragging their feet, paying their lawyers a lot of money to drag their feet and slow down the process. The only reason they're slowing down the process, we discussed it, is to hide or move assets. That's what they're doing. We all agree on that.
People, I'm reading exactly. People are getting killed, and this is a long-term listener. People are getting killed buying options based on imminent squeeze. Now 2 months of lost options. Well, dollars.
Well, let me finish that.
Yeah.
The first option series, the stock went from 2 to 7.
Right.
So shame on you to cast on us that something was a winning trade. 2 to 7. No matter where you bought it, you had an opportunity to make money.
Right.
Now, if you held on, I agree with you. You know what? That's what you did. I got it. I've lost zillions of times doing this. Okay? But when you have an opportunity, don't say there was not an opportunity to make money on that. All right? The stock has moved up again. Granted, the options have not moved. I got it. I monitor it. I watch it. And I'm sure you can reach out to many people on Twitter. I've always told everybody when the stock runs, make some sales, cover your costs. I've told you that 60,000 times because options are a deadly game when you have manipulation like this. All right? And I just explained to you what happened in the video. All right? So it's not over yet. We got till Friday at 4 o'clock. At Friday at 4 o'clock, you can piss and shit all over me. I have no problem with that. I'll be a man. I know what we believe, and I recommended options that I thought were cheap to play. Obviously, options cost money. We all know that, but we did call them the roll of the dice. All right, and that's what we were doing. NVIDIA, if you would have played NVIDIA, like I told you, those are really expensive options. You would have got destroyed there, destroyed both ways. So again, I'm not making any excuses. I believe what I believe, okay? And I recommended the cheapest and the best options to play for movement, but there was a tremendous opportunity to first go around, and the second go around hasn't happened yet, and I agree with that.
Well, and you also have explained if one were to buy the further out options, you're paying so much more premium. It's actually cheaper just to keep buying the near months.
Just look at it this way. I'm going to look at them right now.
Yeah.
The options for this month, let's say the 7s, I don't know what they were a couple of weeks ago, but they're 15 cents off it now.
Right.
The 7s for next month are already down 30 cents today. All right, so These things are dropping. If you just look at them, the 5s are down 55 cents the last trade, down to 95 cents for next month.
Right.
So again, I understand that but the August calls are down 25 cents, and the September calls are down 55 cents. That's the $5 strike. All right, so you can see how they start taking the premium out of the calls. And it's not even option expiration already. So if it was not going to work, it's not going to work until the next month also. The prices are going to come down.
Right.
And I said you could probably buy this month and next month and still get it cheaper than buying the premium month. The buying out.
Right. There's a lot of football questions, but I get too confused to ask them. All about this guy, Derek Carr.
I'll get lost with that guy. He's a bum. The New Orleans Saints picked up a bum and gave him $30 million. Good luck. Anyway, it's 4 o'clock. I have to go back out to dinner, and I appreciate it. And I understand.
We appreciate it.
I understand that you're losing money. We all are. I can't stop security fraud. We said it 9,000 times. We cannot stop this. This is strictly manipulation. We saw manipulation while we were going up, how they wouldn't let it go through 6, how they attacked it down. We all seen it. Being grown up, admit that what you're seeing, we've all seen and reported to you. Again, we cannot stop this. This is completely fraudulent activity. The money leads back to Lynn Partners. It didn't lead back to William, and it didn't lead back to me. All right? Lynn Partners used to come on the phone and have some balls and tell everybody, hey, we're stealing your money. Fuck you. I have more respect for them if they did that. At least the claimants say that. Go fuck yourself. They say it. Their family says it. We don't know who's doing it.
Could the SEC stop the fraud?
I don't know. Listen, they all know about it. And in the documentary, we will toss the SEC under the bus for doing nothing. Zero.
They don't do a thing. They might come on these calls to catch us out for something.
Oh,
I don't know what.
You guys recommended an option? Are you an advisor? No, I'm not an advisor. I was an option trader. And that's what I did. You ask me what options you buy? Options give you better leverage. If you're listening, gives everyone better leverage. That's what I told people. There you go. So anyone's got a gripe with that, I have no problem.
Yeah. It's a big boys game.
And it's tough when it's a big boys game overall. Imagine having it slanted against us all day. It's like a hockey game when the ice is tilted. It's slanted. We always say, how could it be that the other team is standing in our end, shooting the puck at us nonstop? Does the ice, is it slanted uphill? Our guys can't go uphill? That's how crooked this game is. And we're fighting to expose it and to save everyone's ass here and hopefully make everybody a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I can't stop it. If you want to call the SEC up, they got a whistleblower number. Go call them up. I tell you to call the SEC. Call the FBI. Call whoever. They're terrorists. Call Homeland Security. What else can I tell you? We know where the money's going. It's going offshore. And then they divide it up. And it always leads back to the Kramers, and it'll lead back to Lynn.
Yeah.
They can say whatever they want, but over the years, the paper trail doesn't go away. And that's why they burned down that facility in Chicago. When the DOJ said they're investigating the short sellers, they burned down the building. And we're taking it away while it was still on fire. I've never seen that before.
Wow.
Anyway, listen, I have to go out tonight. Have a good night. I'll speak
You're
to you
the
tomorrow.
best. You did a great job today. Thank you from everybody.
You got it.
All right. Bye. Bye. All right. Well, I think I'll try to answer some of the questions if I can remember them. People were about logic. They were asking about something else that had to do with. Anyway, you're asking a lot of the S1 letter, this letter maybe. There are some questions that you're asking that I just don't think Ham is going to want to spend time answering. So I'll try to answer some questions. In terms of finger, it's a lot like, I don't know what comparison to make, but it's a lot like, I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble with anybody, but I'm trying to think of an example that won't get me in trouble, and I'm having a hard time thinking of one. But we just have to face reality. There's only 3 trading days until option expiration. There's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Right now, Gary Gensler, Virginia Country Lane, they don't do anything about it. It's my opinion that Gary Gensler has been put at the SEC in order to deflect attention, in order to allow people like Kurt Kramer, Jeff Easton, Yorkville, and others to just counterfeit shares ad infinitum so that Goldman Sachs can make a lot of money, and other big brokerage firms. That's what I think. There's no evidence that Gary Gensler is even curious about ending this. So, maybe I'm wrong, but he's been in office. He's expanding the SEC's remit rather than focusing on the trouble in his backyard. So he obviously doesn't think there's trouble in his backyard. But if I had to call it, which who's asking me, I think Gary Gensler is corrupt. But having said that, we know for the last, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, we know the Lynn partners, Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, we are so excited to have funded Finger at this exciting time in their business plan. Well, then they literally have sold 160 million shares that don't exist. Now, there's people out there that say, oh, you don't know that. Someone's selling it. They're borrowing it. Well, there's no evidence. But again, the SEC doesn't... I sat at Congress and listened to Gary Gensler with a straight face. I couldn't see his face. I could just see his hands moving. With a straight back of his head, say that our markets, the United States markets, are the most transparent in the world. Well, if that's true, I pity the rest of the world, because there's no transparency when it comes to the failure to locate, which is against the law, failure to deliver, which is against the law, lying about a ticket. Of course, when Goldman Sachs does it, it's inadvertent. 3 years, they inadvertently left out a line of code. We'll charge them $3 million for 60 million orders. Orders. That doesn't say the number of shares, doesn't say how many companies were hurt, doesn't say how many investors were hurt, but we'll just fine Goldman Sachs, slap on the wrist, $3 million. Why is Gary Gensler in office? He's there to protect Goldman Sachs. He's not there to protect you. Anyway, 3 days left. We got to face reality. We just have to face reality. I mean, the only example I can think of is there was a video of an Army ceremony where the cannons were firing, these big cannons, and you have to pull back the thing to put the next ammunition in. Well, there was a soldier there, God bless her heart, and we're told women can do everything men can do, and I'm sure they can, and I'm sure women are smarter than men, and women can do everything men can do. Everything. Better. Got no argument from me. But in this case, she couldn't pull the thing open. And the whole ceremony is being delayed. So one of the men had to walk from the other cannon over to her cannon to pull it open. And that's not to say anything bad about her as a soldier. It's just the reality. She wasn't strong enough. She didn't have the body mass. She wasn't big enough to put leverage into the situation to open the cannon up. Well, that's like these options. And it's like the fraud that's going on. We have to face the fact that Gary Gensler is captured, stupid, or disinterested. He's either corrupt or is looking the other way. He shouldn't be in that job. But my point is the criminals are going to steal from you. Number one, we know that. Two, we now know there's 3 days left for the options. It's not over yet. There's only 3 days left. Last time the stock went to $4. Could they do that again? I don't think so. But why not? Maybe they can. Maybe they can. I think Finger is a stock that's headed to $15, $20, $25, $30 a share. But is it going to do it Sorry, I thought I was going to learn something about tonight's meeting. Uh, um, anyway, what I was trying to say is we just have to deal with reality. And the only example I could come up with was that example. I don't mean any offense, but sometimes some people are fit. I doubt I could have pulled that thing back. You know, sometimes you need, hang on a second. All right, sorry about that. Just talking to a very large buyer of finger motion, and so I couldn't end the call. Anyway, we have to face facts. There's only 3 days left till options expiration. We just have to face reality, as much as we'd like to see it a different way. And I lost a lot last month in terms of options, and it looks like I'll do that again this month, unless something happens by Friday at 4 o'clock. And I still think it really could, but we just got to face reality. One of the things that's works against us, I think, about the August expiration is after the August expiration, and there's nothing magical about August, but there's still 2 weeks left in August. So, I mean, if it were some big boy's strategy to acquire a big position in finger in August, and I have no knowledge of that, and I wouldn't know why. I don't know why August would be special, except, September, I think, is when they have their next earnings report, revenue report, which I think will be good. Anyway, my point is, normally when options expiry comes, there's only another week. This time there's 2 weeks. So it's a little frustrating. Anyway, let me see what your questions are. Cryptic Trader, I think we're going to hit 6. Well, at least tomorrow or Thursday. I was hoping we'd hit 6 or 7 yesterday, and I thought today we might hit 6. I tend to agree with you, Cryptic. I mean, what do I know? But if I were a big options type person, I would love this to go up to 6 or 7, and then I'd try to get it down to 5 or 6 on Friday. I would collect as much of that premium as possible. But well, you have to roll your options, Fred, but the tricky thing is the premiums are so high in the September. I mean, see, that's the dance. We don't want to be out of it, because what if it goes? On the other hand, today's Tuesday. If you can just hold your horses until next Monday, and assuming the stock stays where it is, the premiums on the September calls will come down. But that's the problem. I mean, you could get a big announcement or a big buyer between now and then. The stock looks like it has a huge buyer in it. If it hits 6 or 7, sell, and then by Monday, yeah. But then if something big happens over the weekend, you're out. But I agree with you. I think there's a lot of premium in August because it's all-time premium. It's all-time premium in August. But the premium in September right now is really high. It's a tough game. And when you have an SEC who condones the constant, everyday theft of trillions of dollars, apparently, by the sale of failure to locate, failure to deliver, long marked wrong, non-existent shares in almost every over-the-counter stock, and certainly in a large proportion of larger cap, you're setting up the United States stock market for a crash eventually that the world will write about until history is over. It'll be bigger than the South Sea bubble, and it'll have a picture instead of John, was his name John Law? The history books are all about, I think it's John Law. It'll all be about Gary Gensler. But hey, that's the way he wants it. That's the way he's going to get it. What we have here is failure to communicate. And if that's the way he wants it, that's the way he's going to get it. Okay. Yeah, the options still have plenty of time, and I have to admit I bought some of the August today, but I fully expect I'll lose that money. The market, the stock market, more than any other avenue of life, you have to try as hard as you can to deal with reality. No fooling. So for me, I could have sold options last month or even in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and made, and I can go, oh, I wish I'd done it. But it's gone. It's gone. Yesterday's gone. So you have to look at the new playing field in front of you. And unfortunately, Jeff Easton, Kurt Kramer, Yorkville, and dozens of companies like them are trained by big hedge funds, maybe Ken Griffin, maybe Stevie Cohen, but hedge funds like that, and people, there's 13,000, reportedly 13,000 entities out of Canada, and there's big players and maybe the major banks out of Germany doing this. And Gary Gensler is a puny shadow of a man because he doesn't stand up against it. All he'd have to do is arrest. Well, he can't arrest. He'd have to send it. So what he could do is say, you know what, we're gonna put you out of business, or we're gonna charge you not only 1 million, 2 million, we're going to charge you 100 million. We're going to disclose it to the IRS. We're going to threaten you with jail through the DOJ. It'll all stop, but Gensler won't do that. Gensler is worth 125 million, a combination of Goldman Sachs's time and the corruption of the Clinton Foundation and the Clinton presidential campaigns. In my opinion, I get that information from news stories. I'm not making it up out of newspapers. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But this is a guy that got rich on two things, Goldman Sachs and the Clintons. And he still wants to be the head of the Treasury. He doesn't want to go against what's going on, and he's not unusual. He's the 85% of human beings that act like sheep, and if they're given an option of standing up for what's right, they'd rather go along than take the risk of standing up for what's right. I'd use a word, but it's insulting. He is a mouse. And he has no ethical backbone. He claims to be intelligent. He went to good schools. He teaches crypto at MIT. He can read Reg Show. He can read the Securities Act. He knows that people have to settle their trades. He intentionally does nothing about it. So we know that. That's a reality. So anytime you buy an option, anytime you buy a stock, Jeff Easton, Kurt Kramer, Yorkville, they're just going to sell stock that doesn't exist. And the SEC, nothing. FINRA, nothing. OTC, nothing. Your brokerage firm, nothing. And so trillions of dollars are pulled out of the markets without paying taxes, and it's okay. And who gets attacked? People like Anna, or people like rest in peace Tony Twits, or even yours truly, because it's easier just to go with the big crowd. If Gary Gensler allows it, it's got to be legal. If Goldman Sachs does it, it's got to be legal. But it's not. It's not. Anyway, so we know that we're always going to be fighting uphill. And the second thing we know now is there's only 3 days left on these options. So I think you have to do two things. Consider selling the options that you own that have some value, and maybe wait with that cash until Friday or Monday and buy the Septembers. Or buy some Septembers now, because if there's a big buyer in Finger, why are they going to do something in the next 3 days? We hope they do, maybe to try to cause a gamma squeeze, but why? They might have a plan for 3 weeks. They might have a plan for 3 months. We don't know. So anyway, yeah, it's uphill with our hands tied behind our backs. I really think the cat zone, I told a friend today, if I'm still trying to see this through to the end, but I think we're insane to put money in Gary Gensler's stock market. Absolutely insane. The big boys, and they're all men except for Blythe, it's not, is it Masterson at JP Morgan? But they're all men. And they're just here to steal. And they're doing it on a massive scale. I mean, this article with the toad on the front talks about $27 trillion. Just think if they get 1% of that, 0.5% of that as a fee. It's massive. And when Goldman goes down, they'll come to you as a taxpayer to bail them out. I hope this time we can say to them, no mas. This time it's over. They will never go after Gary Gensler. He's a Democrat. He's protected. If you notice, Trump violated the law apparently massively. I don't know. He's got 72 indictments. And Hillary Clinton, according to James Comey, who went to the same school as Jon Stewart, by the way, James Comey said she didn't do anything wrong. No reasonable prosecutor would accuse her of anything. And a very reasonable prosecutor down in Georgia has found out that Donald Trump committed atrocious crimes, even questioning a vote. I mean, come on. And all those Republicans that went to the Georgia Convention Center, they weren't allowed to look in, so they put up plywood on all the windows because obviously, I mean, this was the most transparent election in history. And for Republicans or Trump to question it, that is treason. But we all know that when Hillary found out that the Russians were interfering with her election, you know, with a dossier that she paid for, but her integrity is so high that even if she paid for it, we know that she was being honest. And even if she collected monies from Goldman Sachs and $135 million from Russia for the Clinton Foundation, we know her integrity is so high that she didn't break any laws. But we know how corrupt Trump is. And for him to pick up the phone and question an election the same way Hillary questioned an election, the same way Al Gore questioned an election, the same way John Kerry questioned an election. But we know those are Democrats, as I am. They're honest people. So were they all honest men, honorable men. They're honorable. Hillary's honorable. But Trump, he's dishonorable, so we know he was breaking the law. So anyway, Hillary was on last night gleeful about it. So I don't think the DOJ is going after Gary Gensler. Not a friend of Bill. Not a friend of Hill. No way. Thank you, EO, for your advice. Hillary didn't whine about it for 3 years? Okay. I'll believe you. Well, the BlackRock is going to rebuild Ukraine. It's hard to make huge returns on trillions of dollars under management without an edge, and that's their edge. So I don't think the DOJ, Frank, or the FBI are going to go after Gary Gensler. They've got to root out the corruption in the Trump campaign before they go after Gary Gensler. What's Finger's address or phone number? Go Good? Go Good. There's if you open up your phone or if you go to a computer, go to Google. There's go ding ding ding, and there's a search engine there. Type in fingermotion.com. That is the website of FingerMotion. And you'll be able to see not only their phone number, you'll be able to see investor presentations. You'll be able to see the name of everybody that's involved with the company that they've put on the website, and you'll get a phone number. No chairman has done anything about this. I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. On the other hand, you could be correct, but the chairman, there was a chairman that was put in place, I think, to hide the securities violations of George W. Bush in Harkin Energy. Our Busto oil and gas. But that's now, that's yesterday. But there was a chairman, and I think it was in 2008, I think it's Cox, but I might have the wrong name, who suggested the Reg Show. And the whole purpose of Reg Show was to give Wall Street a way to ease out of the counterfeit positions they had over time. Instead, it's just been made worse. And so you may be right that I don't want to look it up. I'm so lazy. But the SEC chairman who worked on Reg Show may have just been trying to bamboozle us. On the other hand, I think Reg Show was meant to provide a gradual way to fix this problem. I don't. I come from the point of view that just because every other SEC chairman didn't do anything, and if I were SEC chairman, it doesn't mean I shouldn't do anything. I mean, it's why do we have the Securities Act of 1933 and 1934 unless they're supposed to be enforced? I don't buy the argument that Gary Gensler should somehow get a pass because other SEC chairmen were corrupt as well. My argument is that the banks, the for lack of a better word, big military companies, pharmaceutical companies, big agriculture own our government. They own our lobbyists. They own our congressmen. And in this case, they own our presidents. So it's a tough battle. But does that mean that Gary Gensler should get a pass? I don't think so. The fox always guards the henhouse? Well, the SEC was created under Roosevelt, and he put Joe Kennedy in charge. And the way Joe Kennedy got rich was, for lack of a better word, getting retail, driving a stock price up. They used to have a name for it, I can't remember. Driving a stock price up, and as retail came in, he would sell and then short it back down. That's how Joe Kennedy made his wealth on Wall Street. And FDR picked Joe Kennedy because Joe Kennedy could put in the rules to stop that. And he did. LGI Crossbones. LGIQ taking forever with the SPAC. Okay, Crossbones. Logic is taking forever with the SPAC. Okay. That's like saying I don't. I mean, it leaves me speechless. Logic on September, I believe 12th or 22nd of 2022, in September of 2022, announced that Aubrey SPAC, ASPA, was buying the data logic arm of Logic. It was dependent on SEC approval. The average time, apparently, for SEC approval of these type of things can be 9 or 10 months. So if you add 9 months to September, it's right about where we are right now. But it's not Logic that's taking its sweet ass time. It's the SEC who has to approve the acquisition of Data Logic by Aubrey SPAC. Now, I've told you, and I'll tell you again, that the SEC had many comments, many questions over the last months. Each and every question has been answered. Aubrey SPAC is paying $114 million in stock for Data Logic. That was agreed in September of 2022. Logic wants to follow through. Aubrey SPAC wants to follow through. They've proven that over and over again. But in your opinion, logic is taking its time. Well, okay. I mean, I can't help. It seems almost intentional not to understand it. Aubrey SPAC is trading for $10.80. So the effective price has gone up by about 8% because Aubrey SPAC is trading at almost $11. Every question has been answered. There are no further questions. There are no further comments. If you go to Edgar, something you can do. If you go to the SEC website and go under filings for companies, go to Aubrey SPAC. You can pull up as of yesterday, the 14th, Aubrey SPAC filed a red herring. And if you read it's the S4 registration statement. This is for the acquisition of DLQ. Let me see if I can show that to you. It's the proxy for the vote. Preliminary proxy statement prospect subject to completion dated August 14th. Proxy statement for special meeting. All right. So now I've let you know that I think you're blaming the wrong person. I think it's the SEC. What I believe is happening with logic, it's the same story, but I'll repeat it just because repetition is the only thing I can do here. Logic, the stock, is trading at around 27 cents. When the S4 approval comes from the SEC, Aubrey SPAC is already put out the proxy for vote. So you're going to get, in my judgment, this week or next week, the SEC approval after all the comments that the SEC asked for, not Logic. Logic always answered the questions immediately, and so did Aubrey SPAC. It's like blaming somebody for taking 6 hours at the DMV to get their license instead of blaming DMV. But what I think is going to happen is you're going to get SEC approval today, tomorrow, next day, next week, but very, very soon on the S4 for Aubrey SPAC to absorb Data Logic. Data Logic So you've got Logic at 27 cents. You've got Logic at 27 cents. Data Logic is going into Aubrey SPAC, and then it's going to be de-SPACed. And I don't think they're going to call it Data Logic. I understand they have a new name, and it's going to be called Collective Audience. It's a pretty weak name, Collective Audience. So the Data Logic is going, by S4, is going to be approved. It takes 10 days to do the vote. That's already in process as of a filing yesterday. So I think it's imminent. Why would Aubrey SPAC spend the money to file that unless they have the impression, their attorneys have the impression, we've answered all the questions, next step is approval. So the S4 gets done. Now the stock, Aubrey SPAC is trading up. So I'm going to say, instead of $1.15, that piece of paper is going to start its life at $1.20 a share as a NASDAQ traded company. And I'm sure there'll be some restrictions on whether or not you can sell out after the record date, just to protect it from a waterfall of selling all at once. Data Logic is the revenue generating arm of Logic. Data Logic also has a great management team. It has its platform can absorb other companies. I expect that you're going to hear about additional companies being rolled into Data Logic over the next, let's say, 6 weeks. So you're going to get Logic 27 cents. You're going to get this, $1.20 out of the gate. And if, let's just say, the SEC approves the S4 Friday, end of the week, then it takes 10 days after that to do this vote. That's the end of August. The record date can be established and the effective date basically by the end of August. Maybe the first week of September. Logic is a shell. So under Gary Gensler's SEC, shorts can sell Logic without owning the stock and without locating the stock. They can violate securities laws, but it's okay. Hey, Goldman Sachs does it. Must be okay. But their logic, so to speak, is, well, it's 27 cents. It's just a shell. All the revenue is going over to Aubrey SPAC, all of the earnings power. So let's just keep selling this down. Once this gets distributed, all they have is a shell. We can get this down to 10 cents. We can get it down to 5 cents, and then we can cover. And by the way, under Gary Gensler's system, these shorts will not have to deliver DLQ because it'll just be carried in your accounts as an IOU, just as a fail to deliver for eternity until Gary Gensler can retire or go work as Secretary of the Treasury. So the shorts feel absolutely no pressure, none, to cover. They're going to sell this and try to buy it back at 5 or 6, 7, 8 cents after this. That's what's going on. There may be people that are just, I've heard there's a couple of investors or people that have stock that just want out. They're upset, and that might have happened, but they can only sell once. So anyway, this shell, which the shorts hope go to 5 cents, 10 cents, is going to be acquired by somebody. How do I know that? Because it was announced that Privco was going to buy this shell, and Logic decided to let that deal expire. Why would they do that? So that the shorts can drive the shell down to nothing? Or is it because they've been screening deals, dozens of deals, with investment bankers? And is it would your logic be, well, we're going to not sell our shell to Privco, and we're just going to let the shorts destroy? That's our choice. Or Or could it be they are going to let that deal expire because they have a better deal? I'm on the side they have a better deal. And I think that better deal will be worth 50 cents a share. So combined, you got 27 cents here. I think you get to $1.40, $1.50 within 6 weeks. But if it's taking too long, if it's annoying, I can't, I don't know. I think it's the bureaucracy that has taken so long. I also think it's and let's not blame Gary Gensler. Every SEC chairman's done it. And he's a Democrat. He's a good guy. Let's not blame him. Let's just say that the securities markets are set up so that anybody can sell stock that doesn't exist if they have a market maker and they have the starting capital required. They can do it endlessly. They can destroy stock prices endlessly. And it's allowed. And so if it's against the law, there's no enforcement. It's like smoking pot in college or other drugs. No one enforces it, so it must be legal. Well, it must be legal. So what's happening with Logic? You've got Logic right now. 30 cents a share, 27 cents a share. You're going to have Data Logic, which will be called some other name. And you've got the shell for Logic. Combined, $1.50. And you're going to get it soon. So, should you be discouraged because Logic is 27 cents? Your choices are sell it, get out. God, it's been taking forever, and Logic's certainly taking its sweet time to organize the data, the Aubrey SPAC. It's all Logic's fault. Terrible management. I'm just getting out. Well, that's one choice. The other choice is, you know what? I've waited this long. I'm going to wait for the record date so one piece of paper becomes two pieces of paper, and I'll see what happens. Ostensibly, that is a 5-to-1 exchange. I'm willing to wait. The other thing you could do is, you know what? I'm going to buy some more Logic because this is only a week or two away. And there's other deals going into both. But 30 cents becomes $1.50. 5x. 5x. That's what I think's going on with Logic. And I will tell you, I bought a little Logic today myself. Not a lot. It's not gonna revolutionize anything. But I would like to slowly accumulate while I can Logic shares, which have been under pressure. It wasn't Ionic. Their lawyers sent me. Ionic never shorts a share, according to the attorney. But the Ionic transaction, for some reason, caused a decline in the stock price. The deal they did with the Neo exchange caused selling off. But you've got management, you've got revenue, you've got deal flow, such that Logic, these two combined, by the first quarter of next year, should have a revenue run rate of $150 million. That's the goal. But we can say, Logic's really screwing up. They're certainly taking their sweet ass time in getting the Aubrey SPAC deal done. I take the opposite view. Logic is doing everything they can with the patience, the hard work, the optimism, the foresight to build a real company. And it's the SEC who has taken, since September of 2022 through today, to not approve the acquisition of Datalogic by Aubrey SPAC. However, Aubrey SPAC yesterday put up what I call a red herring, but it's the proxy, and in it, I didn't print it out. It's too long. I also think it's the prospectus, but I could be wrong. If you have time, you can look. They put it out yesterday. I don't think they would spend the money for that unless they have the impression, lawyer to SEC lawyer, back to Aubrey SPAC lawyer, we're finished with all questions. We're finished with all comments, and it looks good. We're just waiting for Mrs. So-and-so, attorney so-and-so, to sign off. She's on vacation. She'll be back on Monday. I don't know. I'm making that part up. To me, you have an inefficiency in pricing here. 30 cents for Logic. That's worth $1.50 out of the gate. And I think it's going to be worth $8 in 3 quarters, in 12 to 18 months. That's the price you and I pay as retail investors. We're not Rockefeller. We're not Stevie Cohen. We can't wait till the stock is up to buy it. So our arbitrage is doing our due diligence and waiting. And that's all it is. Anyway, that's my answer on Logic. 30 cents becomes $1.50. One piece of paper becomes 2 pieces of paper with a record date at the end of August, first week of September. And yes, it's taken a while, but it's not Logic's fault. I think Logic has done everything they can. And I think it's a great management team, hardworking, and I'm excited to see the other deals, not the Datalogic, but the other deals they're going to roll into it. They put a great board together, but, we sit and we remember MMTLP, we remember COSM, we remember Vocal, and we go, oh God, it's happening again. The stock's down. But if there were a fair market where you had research, where you had real market makers, you had an uptick rule, you had enforcement, I don't think the stock would be trading at 30 cents. I think this would be $1 stock right now. And I think it will be $1 stock very soon. All right, that's my opinion. Wolf, is Wolf done as well? VO Warrior. Is that a serious question, VO Warrior? Do you really want me to answer it? Are you a serious investor? Wolf was financed by Yorkville Advisors. Some of you know the guy who is on it and is also on FINRA's board as a complete criminal. I forget the guy's name. Again, Yorkville shorted the bejesus out of Wolf. Toxic convertible note that Gary Gensler condones, allows, and looks the other way on. Okay. That's the criminality. But you when you make a statement like that, you dismiss that criminality. You just dismiss it. Looks like Wolf is done. Wolf is a Bitcoin miner. What does a miner of Bitcoin need besides the most advanced computers, which are expensive, besides air conditioning and the software inside? What do they need to mine Bitcoin? And the mining is a highly complicated spinning of the wheels of the computer to solve basically riddles, algorithms that allow you to mine the coin. What do they need? Power. That's right, electricity, power. Well, a lot of Bitcoin miners have gone to oil and gas companies to see if they can do this with natural gas. Some anyway, have tried other alternative energy sources. Wolf has its power coming from nuclear plants. This is their edge, and it's inexpensive. Wolf, I'm not going to bother reading it to you. Wolf just announced blowout revenues, blowout earnings, a massive success of the last quarter, because their advantage against everyone else is they can use cheap nuclear power overnight when the lights aren't on but the air conditioning isn't, the heat is gone. That extra power that runs all day, they can get it inexpensively. That's their business model. They had a great quarter, but you've dismissed the criminals. I don't know why, but you have. But I'm going to tell you, Wolf has paid off their note to Yorkville. The criminals are trapped in the short. Under Gary Gensler's SEC, the criminals can continue to sell shares that do not exist endlessly, particularly when earnings are strong. Then they can sell it down because he doesn't enforce the rules. Well, so Wolf is done. Well, if you listen to Ham today, and I don't know that much about Wolf. I really don't. But if you listen to Ham today, the rumor went out that Wolf is going to raise money. So everyone, hey, we better sell. They're going to do another deal with the Kramers, and it's going to be another dilutive deal. Apparently, according to Ham, Wolf came out and said, we're not raising any more money. So my guess is, VO Warrior, rather than being done, Wolf will continue to be a stock that the wise investors purchases. Why? Because as long as they have nuclear power contracts, which they have, as long as they have their computers and their software, which they have, they're going to be mining Bitcoin for a profit and beating the competition. So I disagree with you. I think Wolf is not done. I think Wolf is cheap. And eventually, there's going to be a regulator with a pair of balls that enforces the rules. It happens one time, it'll happen everywhere, and the criminals will go to jail. But as long as they're protected by Gary Gensler, you're going to continue to have the opportunity to accumulate good stocks at Yorkville discounts. So no, I think Wolf If you're asking, is it done on options for this week? Yeah, maybe. I personally am not surprised that even though the earnings were massive in a good way, the shorts came in because they want you to think it's finished. But it's not finished. It's not finished. How will the loophole stop? Okay. You can go to the website of the SEC and you can see regulation show. I'm just going to read it. I'm not going to hold it up. I'll just read it to you. Compliance with regulation show began on January 3, 2005. Regulation show was adopted to update short sale regulation in light of numerous market developments since short sale regulation was first adopted in 1938, and to address concerns regarding persistent failures to deliver and potentially abusive naked short selling. Due to continued concerns about failures to deliver and to promote market stability and preserve investor confidence, the Commission, the SEC, has amended regulation show several times since 2005 to eliminate certain exemptions, strengthen certain requirements, and reintroduce the price test restriction. As originally adopted, regulation show included two major exceptions to the closeout requirement, settlement, the requirement to settle. They had two major exemptions to settling trades. One was the grandfather provision, and the other was the options market maker exemption. Due to continued concerns about failures to deliver and the fact that the SEC, the Commission, continued to observe certain securities with failure to deliver positions that were not being closed out under then existing requirements, in 2007, the Commission eliminated the grandfather provision, and in 2008, the Commission eliminated the options market maker provision. In addition, the Commission adopted temporary Rule 204T in 2008 and Final Rule 204 in 2009, which strengthened further the closeout requirements of regulation show by applying closeout requirements to fails to deliver resulting from sales of all equity securities and reducing the time frame within which failures to deliver must be closed out. In 2010, the Commission adopted Rule 201 of Regulation Show. Rule 201 restricts the price at which short sales may be effected when a stock has experienced significant downward price pressure. Rule 201 is designed to prevent short selling from driving down further the price of a security that has already experienced a significant intraday price decline, and to facilitate the ability of long sellers to sell first upon such a decline. Regulation shows 4 main requirements are summarized below. Rule 200. Rule 200 requires that your orders you place with your broker-dealer must be marked long, short, or short exempt. Rule 201. Short sale price test circuit breaker. Rule 201 generally requires trading centers to establish, maintain, and enforce written policies and procedures that are reasonably designed to prevent the execution or display of a short sale at an impermissible price when a stock has triggered a circuit breaker by experiencing a price decline of at least 10% in one day. Once the circuit breaker in Rule 201 has been triggered, the price test restriction will apply to short sale orders in that security for the remainder of the day and the following day unless an exemption applies. Rule 203, B1 and 2. Locate requirement. Regulation show requires a broker-dealer to have reasonable grounds to believe that the security can be borrowed so that it can be delivered on the date delivery is due before effecting a short sale order in any equity security. In any equity security. A broker-dealer must have reasonable grounds to believe that the security can be borrowed so that it can be delivered on the date due before effecting the sale of any equity security. This locate must be made and documented prior to effecting the short sale. Rule 204, closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers and dealers who are participants of a registered currency to take action to close out failure to deliver positions. Closing out requires the broker or dealer to purchase or borrow securities of a like kind and quantity. The participant, the broker-dealer, must close out a failure to deliver for a short sale transaction by no later than the beginning of regular trading on the settlement day following the settlement date. If a broker-dealer has a failure to deliver that the participant can demonstrate on its books and records resulted from a long sale, or which is attributable to a bona fide market-making activities, a market maker, and they're all criminals, the participant, the broker-dealer, must close out the failure to deliver by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the third consecutive settlement day following the settlement date. If the position is not closed out, the broker or dealer or any broker or dealer for which it clears may not effect further short sales in that security without borrowing or entering into a bona fide agreement to borrow the security. This is known as the pre-borrowing requirement. Until the broker or dealer purchases shares to close out the position and the purchase clears and settles, the one that violated the deadline. In addition, Rule 203 requires that participants of a registered clearing agency must immediately purchase shares to close out failures to deliver in securities with large and persistent fails to deliver, referred to as threshold securities. If the failures to deliver persist for 13 consecutive settlement days. Threshold securities are equity securities that have an aggregate fail to deliver position for 5 consecutive settlement days at a registered clearing agency, totaling 10,000 shares or more and equal to at least 0.5% of the issuer's total shares outstanding, as provided in Rule 203 of Regulation Show. Threshold securities are included on a list disseminated by a self-regulatory organization, thank you, Bill Clinton, although as a participant, as a result of compliance with Rule 204, generally a participant's failed to deliver positions will not remain for 13 consecutive settlement days. If, for whatever reason, a participant of a registered clearing agency has a fail to deliver position at a registered clearing agency in a threshold security for 13 consecutive settlement days, the requirement to close out such a position under Rule 203B3 remains in effect. So, ignoring my mistakes in reading, that was pretty clear to you. Do you think that Gary Gensler can understand this rule? There is no loophole. There is an exemption if you're a market maker to say that your dog ate your homework. We can't find the security. But in the pell-mell nature of trading, I had to take the order. But it only gives you another day. It only gives you one more day. And then, as you can read, as you can see, it gives a maximum of 13 days. And they have to be bought in. What happens at the SEC? What happens under Gary Gensler? This rule is ignored. So I don't know the answer to your question. How can you make the SEC enforce really clear rules? I don't know how. I don't know how you can do it. If you read Dr. Trimbath's book, which I have here somewhere, here it is. She'll make you quite depressed because she believes, after years of studying it, she believes that the system is set up She says the reason is because a process at the NSCC known as, quote, continuous net settlement, or CNS. With continuous net settlement, trades are matched and cleared for settlement throughout the day, and final settlement only clears at the end of every trading day. Cleared for settlement simply means that the buyer and seller have agreed to all terms of the trade. With CNS, all the trades are settled on a net basis. Let me find the quote that is depressing. She says, and Gary Gensler said before Congress, we have the most transparent markets in the world. This is a quote. I'll read it directly. The complete lack of transparency on Wall Street, raises questions which may never be answered. How do we explain that at least half of the trades which fail to settle are more than 2 months old? And this book itself is over a decade old. There is only one explanation: lax management and the self-regulatory organizations on Wall Street. A complete failure in oversight by the SEC, and a willingness to look the other way when broker members who hold positions on the board of directors at the self-regulatory organizations and who may have ambitions to political appointments, Gary Gensler, at the SEC, violate their duty to perform in the best interest of investors. I'm not the only one saying this. In fact, I'll give credit to her for saying it and just say that I'm repeating what she's already said. Although I didn't know she said it when I said it. Okay, here's the sentence. It is more correct to say that the DTCC chooses not to resolve or buy in trades where the seller fails to deliver the shares they are sold. The DTCC and its subsidiaries can and do change their own rules and procedures after notice to the public and approval by the SEC. Their rules allow them to credit their members with an entitlement for undelivered shares, an IOU, which allows their members to credit the account, your account, representing the buying investor in a failed trade. You get an IOU. And Gary Gensler looks the other way. And Hillary Clinton gets paid $500,000 a speech. And of course, Donald Trump collected massive loans from UBS, so he's in on it too. This process creates extra shares of the stock of public companies, all within the rules. Pretty depressing. Ryan Edberg, sorry for my long answers. It's a little hot, and my frustration towards the rules. You know, when I was on Wall Street, I followed every single rule, every single one. And if you didn't, gone. All right, Ryan. Ham says sell on the way up, and also this. So when do you sell? 20, 40, 50. You've had 3,000 shares. When would you're talking about Finger? I can't give you exact advice. But if you have 3,000 shares of Finger, I don't know what you paid for it, but I'm going to assume you paid no. Yeah, I'll assume you paid $5. I don't know if that's reasonable. So if you have 3,000 shares of Finger, and I'm glad you have the shares. I'm glad you have the shares. At $5, it's 15 grand, right? I believe, and maybe this is a moment if anybody's still listening after my long-winded answers, but I believe Finger may not go up this week. Why do I say that? Because we have to face reality. There's only 3 trading days left. I've shown you my charts. I don't have one here that I've drawn out. I think in my my own technical analysis, which Arca's is fantastic, Avid Traders is fantastic, US Tahoe One and several other investors, fantastic technical analysis. Mine's looks good to me kind of analysis, but I've done it for a long time and I trust my own read on these charts. To me, the charts are showing that there's been a major buyer in Finger. Is it because their revenues are going up? Is it because their Apple Pay, as they nicknamed it, is being rolled out? Is it because of their deals with Pacific Re and Munich Re? Is it because of their accelerating growth in cash as they roll it in discounted minutes? I don't know. Is it because the China lockdown is gone now so businesses can get back to business in China? I don't know. But somebody's buying. So to me, my own view is that Finger is going to break out somewhere around 750. It's going to go to 8 or 9, and then it's going to $15 on its way to $21. That's going to be the initial move, in my opinion. I think it's going to go higher. But based on that, and my opinion could be wrong, of course, I might suggest to you that you sell 1,000 shares at 15. That takes your original money off the table. You have nothing at risk then. Then with your 2,000, I would probably do, I don't know how many orders you want to put out there. You could break it down into 4 500 share orders, or you could break it down into 10 or 20, actually 20 100 share orders. If you did a 20 100 share orders, put 100 out at 20, 100 out at 25, 100 out at 30, 100 out at 35, 100 out at 40, 100 out at 45, 100 out at 50, 100 out at 55, 100 out at 60, 100 out at 70, 100 out at 75, 100 out at 80, 100 out at 85, 100 out at 90, 195, 100 at 100, and then you still got some left. Maybe just to save my breath, put 500 out at 125 and 500 out at 150. I think that could change your life. I think Finger has a chance to go to $1,000 or $2,000 a share in a spike, but from a money management standpoint, that might be one way to do it. An alternative would be, if you are as optimistic as I am on Finger, just sell 500 at 30 and then try to get higher prices. I think it's important to talk about a couple things with Finger. Finger's business is discounted minutes purchased from China Unicom and China Telecom. It is the text messaging, but which I guess that'll grow. But more importantly is this rich content messaging, which takes advantage of the 5G. So the combination of one, text messaging in bulk, but also this RCS, I think they call it, or RCM, the rich communication. That's an exciting area where businesses are going to pay a premium for finger motions software going out to Chinese telephones. Okay, then they just got into the Netflix of Asia. Juju, you can look it up. I'm not pronouncing it right, but that is video on phones. Then the two most exciting new areas are big data, the Sapientus arm, which is going to use the data from the mobile phone, from spending, from driving, from time at work, all sorts of data en masse that is going to allow, they've set up laboratories with scientists, with Pacific Re and with Munich Re for insurance, life insurance, automobile insurance, fire insurance, health insurance. This is massive. Massive. You got 1 billion souls in China. It's massive. But then the other thing is this, as they go to 5G, the phones are being upgraded, and in China, Apple Care is included in the price of the phone and the price of the plans. Finger is going to get 25% of every one of those transactions it is in between. And they've built their relationships with China Unicom, China Telecom, and the third one. I forget right now the name. This is just huge. But there's two aspects about that. One is the reason they went to Lind Partners in the first place, the more minutes they can buy from China Telecom, the more money they can make. The more text message bundles, or I guess you would call it minutes, for the rich messaging that they can buy, the more money they can make. What does that need? Capital. It needs capital. That's why they went with Lind Partners in the first place. They didn't know that Lind Partners were a front for criminals or criminal themselves, depending on what the answer is. But my point is, by firing Lind Partners, so this is one point I'm going to make, I think Finger Motion still needs to raise capital. They still need to raise capital. So I would be cautious. That's not the right word. I would be open-eyed. I would be aware that it's likely that Finger is going to replace Lind Partners with a new financial partner. So rather than react, oh my gosh, they're doing it again, make sure, we have to make sure that the new bank or investment group is not a Lind Partners. It's not a Yorkville. It's not a Power Up Lending. But hopefully it is a true vanilla fundraiser that actually raises funds and has the interests of Finger Motion in mind. I think the next deal they make is going to be great news for Finger. But the market might not take it that way. The market might say, oh my God, it's another Yorkville. That's one point. The second point I want to make is once Finger raises a certain amount of money, the stock price is going to be a lot higher than $5. in my judgment. I think it's a $30 stock all day long. All day long. Give or take $5. All day long. Right where it is now, if it had more capital. So those are the 2 points I wanted to make. Your question is how can you have a life-changing event if you sell stock on the way up? Well, you can stand, like Ham always says, you can stand like a statue and sell all 3,000 shares for $1,000. But what if it just goes to $995? Because whatever peak it goes to, it's going to come down more quickly than it went up, which is going to be hard to believe because it's going to go up quickly in a squeeze, the big buyer being Lind. But then it's going to come down quickly. So I think the best way to get life-changing results on 3,000 shares would be to push your number a bit and maybe only sell 500 shares once it gets to 30. GTC orders. Because if you can afford to just hold the stock, I think it'll go to 30 on its own anyway. So I guess that's what I would do. I wouldn't sell 1,000 at 15. I'd sell 500 at 30. I'd watch it. It's going to be violent up and down and up and down, but I would trust my gut instincts that this is a good company. There's 150 million shares to buy, and the stock could go to 40 or 50 or 60. It could also go to massive numbers. But I think on 3,000 shares, if you got $50 a share on average, it's 150 grand. That's pretty nice. That's a nice trade. If you were able to get somehow an average of, I don't know. I don't think you can get an average of 200 or 300 a share. So I think on 3,000 shares, maybe you can get an average of 100. That's 300,000, right? And to me, that would be life-changing as a profit. Hey, Sadaman, did Ham say NVIDIA's price is going up or not? Well, I think Ham said a couple of things about NVIDIA, which always reminds me of Lydia, the tattooed lady. Oh, Lydia, oh, Lydia. NVIDIA, he was bringing out that it's had 50-point swings and that even the pros were losing money in options. That was one aspect he was making. The other thing I think he was saying is if one of the big prime brokers go down, like a Jeffries, and it triggers a market sell-off, which he thinks is coming, a market sell-off. I'm a little less, I don't know. I'm wishy-washy about whether a sell-off is coming. I think one's coming, and it's going to be massive, and it'll change a whole generation of investors when it comes. But I think maybe before it comes, the Fed is priming the pump, and the Fed basically buys 6 companies every day, 7. The S&P 6, the S&P 7, and NVIDIA is one of them. But Ham said on several calls that NVIDIA should be a source of funds for you, for us, if we think the market's going down. And he definitely thinks if a prime broker starts to fall, they'll start selling shares of NVIDIA and Facebook and whatever's there that has value. So Sada Aman, I don't know what you're thinking about if you want to buy NVIDIA. Oh Lydia, the tattooed lady. Nvidia. But, and I don't know the numbers well enough, but if that stock's up 100% or 1,000% from where it started out, and now it's at these maximum levels and everybody's into chips and everybody knows the story and everyone's worried about Taiwan and it's moving to Texas and silicon chips are the future of the world and there's only one thing where it can go is go up and it can only keep going up and it's going to go up and you better hurry and you better get in because it's up and it's been up 3,000%. It's going to. That's usually a sign. I mean, I don't know what you expect from here. Is it gonna double? I doubt it. Is it gonna go up 10%? Maybe. Is it gonna go up 15%? Maybe. But is it gonna have these fantastic rates of return again? I don't think so. I love silicon, chips, and I could be wrong. I've been wrong before about Microsoft and Google and Facebook. But if you're I don't know if you're doing it as a trade. I don't know if you're doing it as a trade. Ham did not say in the short run he would buy it or sell it. He was just using it as an example of the volatility in the option markets. My guess, and it's purely a guess, is the Fed will continue to buy Facebook, Amazon, Google, Alphabet, Nvidia, Lydia, I forget what the other ones were. Was it Disney and there's one other one. Anyway, there's just 6 or 7 stocks they buy. So my guess is it'll go up in the short run. But if you're investing for the longer term, I think stocks like, you can do some of these stocks that we're playing. I think Finger's a better buy. I think Logic's a better buy. I think GoLogic is a better buy. But maybe those seem riskier to you. I would look at almost any oil and gas company, any copper company, any mining company, real assets. It intrigues me, although I know nothing about it in terms of regurgitating revenues or any of it. But it intrigues me that Charlie Munger owns 2 stocks. One is Berkshire Hathaway and the other is Costco. And it makes sense to me that Costco would be a good place to put money because even in a depression, even in a recession, people are going to buy food and they're going to buy T-shirts at a discount and discounted books, discounted air conditioner. They're gonna shop at Costco. So it's a defensive stock, but I would. While I think the stock market might make new highs as people continue to think they can't put their money anywhere else, I would be aligning your long-term thinking to getting out of the stocks that have led the market. Because when the big boys start getting out, you won't have time to get out. So just leave some money on the table for the upside and start thinking, in my opinion, start thinking even Exxon or APA or what's the big copper company? My brain's not working, but anyway. I have 500 shares. I bought at 210. I'm trying to sell it. All right, Sada Aman, let me look at something. Let me look at something about that. How many shares? 500. That's a nice trade. It's a nice trade, I must admit. didn't know that Lydia, the tattooed lady, could do so well. That's a very nice trade. But I'll give you one idea, Sada Aman. Look at this. The August calls, Sada Aman. The August calls. The stock's trading at 440. The stock is trading at 440. You could sell the 450s. If you're lucky, you could sell, closing prices. I don't know how it's going to open. But tomorrow you could sell the 450s for $4.25. You could sell 5 of those. That would bring in $2,000 to you. If the stock goes through 450, let it go. It's sold. Or maybe the stock by Friday doesn't close at 450. It closes at 440. You keep that premium. Then you could sell the August 25s. Good Lord. Sada Aman. Sada. You could sell the 450 calls. The August 25 450 calls, you could sell for basically $23 a share. You could sell 5 of them. Let's see what September does. You could sell the September 1st 450 calls for 25 smackers. So if you sold 5 of those, that'd bring in $12,000 to your account, $12,500. You'd have to wait 3 weeks. Oh, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. If the stock closes under $450, you just keep that money. If it goes higher, you could decide to buy them back and then sell a higher number, but I wouldn't get into all that. If it went higher and they called your stock away, just let it go. And that would mean that you sold the stock for $450 plus 25. So you, in essence, would have sold the stock for $475 a share. And right now it's at $440. I would be really tempted, Sada Aman, to sell NVIDIA calls near in, like 1, 2, 3 weeks out, and let the premium expire, knowing that the stock could go up and I'd get called away. But, if you just did this Friday's, I don't think it's likely it'd get called away. Anyway, I'd do that. And maybe as you make premium, you could buy some puts. They're expensive, I'm sure. I'm sure the puts are expensive. But I would go out, I'd go out maybe to the January puts. And yes, they're very expensive. But you could buy the other way to do it is do the short-term puts. They're very expensive. They're very expensive. I guess I wouldn't buy the puts. I think it's a waste of, they're too expensive. So anyway, that's one idea. I would sell calls against it. I don't know. You're probably worried you didn't sell out at the high. Let me look. I don't know much about Lydia, the tattooed lady. Well, the high is all right. So it's 440 right now. You could sell the September 1s 2 weeks out. The 450s for $25. So if you got exercised, that'd be like selling the stock at $475, which is very close to the high it's ever been. But if in 2 weeks the stock closes below 450, you just keep all that money. If it were to close at 460, you would lose your stock, but you'd still be, the 450 plus the $25 is still $15 more than where it closed. There's so much premium here. I'd be really tempted to sell calls. And another way to do it, I like that September 1 because it's so rich. But after September 1, you could do the next week. They have them every week. Instead of going out 2 weeks, just go out to August 18th, then go to August 25, then go to September 1, and just collect it that way. But that's a way of turning NVIDIA into a cash cow for you, Sadaman. The risk is the stock goes way up and gets called away from you. But let me just repeat myself. If you were to sell the September 50s for $25, I mean, gee whiz. You could sell the 480. You could sell the September 480 calls for $15. So if it goes back to 480, which is the high, I think, on the year, and it closed at 481, you'd lose your stock, plus you got $15. So you'd be selling at 495. I don't know, Sadaman. I think I might do that. I might try doing that for a few weeks. See if you can bring in some premium. I had a friend at Merrill Lynch that told me, because I used to buy calls and puts. He said, Bill, stop buying them. Sell them. Take the premium. Because most of them expire worthless. Why? I don't know if you're still listening or not. All right. $50 GTII or 50,000. The crooks found workarounds to Reg Show. They use X clearing. Well, though science rules, the reason I read that and the reason I'm upset with Gary Gensler, you call them workarounds. I think they're breaking the law. It's just a difference of opinion. I think that the law is very clear. What they're doing is violative of the law. Well, Wall Street Ponzi says sell 350 shares. Keep. That's one idea. No, I know science rules. I know you didn't say they're moral, but I'm explaining my reaction. That's all. Somebody put on Twitter once that the Kramer's business plan. I got really upset because it's all criminal, but I know you weren't. Hey, Dan A. Fidelity. What if the same thing happens when or if GTI is trading? You might be screwed, Dan A. But I was going to say, as long as you have GTCs in, it shouldn't affect you. But I don't know how many shares you have. I've given this advice, but I've never had to follow it. So I think instead of high GTC orders, you could put in high day orders. I doubt that Fidelity's going to decline a high limit order for the day, but I don't know. If they stop trading or if it shuts down, yeah, you could get screwed. So maybe that means you need to open an account somewhere else. I don't think Fidelity was out all day today. But yeah, If your broker's, if for some reason your broker went down through the meat of a squeeze, you're going to miss out on it unless you have GTC orders in. Well, no, they love arbitration. And Ponzi, that's actually a really important point. I brought some lawyers in years ago. I went with Ham to meet some lawyers, and that's the problem. That's why Not Legal Advice is so great. Rosa is so great. There's some other attorneys. My brain is fried right now. Mark Bazile. They're doing such a great job because a lot of attorneys get turned off by those arbitration clauses. You're absolutely right. Wall Street, it's like there's 25 risks on a trade. That arrogant jerk Jim Cramer says caveat emptor to you and me. Well, all the risks, in other words, are on your back, including you're supposed to make allowances for the criminality which the SEC allows. Okay. But then on the prime brokerage side, on the Lynn Partners side, on the from Canada, from Germany side, these criminals, there might be, 25, 30 risk items. One by one, Wall Street's gotten rid of them. They don't allow retail brokers to recommend stocks under $6, $7, $8. They don't allow retail brokers to recommend stocks to their clients under 350 million market cap. Institutions do not buy stocks under $10 or maybe a little bit lower, or stocks under 400 or 500 million in market cap. It varies. But that means any stock that's a micro cap, there's no buying other than we few, we happy few, we band of brothers. That's one thing. They took away the uptick rule. They moved all trading out from the brokerage firms out into these supposedly independent hedge funds, but there's no oversight at the hedge funds. They got rid of oversight. They have a complicit, compliant, captured SEC. If for some reason somebody's caught out, it's just, oh, don't you do that again. Now you be on your way. Never, never, never again. And they pay parking ticket fines and they move on. So they remove regulatory risk, they remove organic buying risk, they remove institutional buying risk, they got rid of research, and then they got rid of the uptick rule. They got rid of real market makers. There's no buying in these stocks. There's no buying. So the criminals can just sell and sell and sell. Then they put in the arbitration clauses, and I think those were already there. Then they put in this ability, this warehouse clearing or whatever, where they can bury trades forever. Then I blame Bill Clinton, but they got this concept that Wall Street can self-regulate, so no one's watching. Then they started contributing to politicians, so politicians of all stripes are captured. Then they got you and I to invest in ETFs where the stock can be lent out. They got you and I to invest, they got me, you and me, to invest in managed money so they can play with that. They created prime brokerage and stock loan departments that don't really pay you any money, although sometimes they do. So they can make money there. They multiplied they got rid of type 1 and type 2 accounts so that you as a client have to have your stock in electronic form. This has allowed them to multiply the number of shares that are trading a la fractional reserve banking, so they can expand assets under management, expand fees, all of this. They've gotten everything in their favor. So it's like shooting fish in a barrel. One thing they don't count on is you and Ham. But even when that comes, they hire bashers. They hire professors at Georgetown. They get guys like Jim Cramer, who used to do this for a living, to say caveat emptor on national TV. BlackRock controls the media. They have every risk angle protected so they can continue to do this. They have a dishonest SEC chairman. I think it's dishonest. He's a guy that can read his own rules. He's not enforcing them. So that's dishonest. The one risk they had was Ham. The one risk they had was you. As Cy Sims said, an educated consumer. And they're trying to beat that as well. Yeah, it's pretty clever on their part. And I give them credit. I never thought in my years of trading, of being on Wall Street, I never thought this kind of of corruption would be overlooked, because it never was overlooked on this kind of scale when I was around. Never. XRP is getting hammered. Crypto is better. I'm not positive. I'm not positive we've seen the end of the crypto bear. But I like crypto. But a lot of the crypto coins are not going to exist in the future. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I like crypto, though. What changed that it's not the CB Eat Buy out there at 75 cents? The CB Eat Buy. I don't know. Do I remember when 140, then 130, and 120 was the last chance? Yes, I do. And I bought some there. When I gave that recommendation, it was my absolute conviction, and I was told that the Trento mine deal had been funded. I'm not sure that that's wrong. I don't have an indication that the Trento mine deal has not been funded. But at that time, every source of information that I had was telling me that the Trento mine deal, $250 million, had been funded, that it had been approved, and that the wires had been sent. Since then, I have heard that some of that money was put in that SVB bank, that woke bank, Silicon Valley Bank, that the majority of it was there. So that had to be moved. They had to rework a lot of the bond deal. That's what I heard. I'm not close to it. So I can't explain why it's taken that much longer. All I can tell you is that the criminals continue to sell stock that doesn't exist in GTII. The company is trying to do everything to cause a reckoning that Gary Gensler doesn't care about. But yes, that's the risk. If you buy GTII at 140, the risk is that the Kramers and Alpine keep selling it downward. If you buy it at 120, the risk is the Kramers and Alpine and the criminals keep selling it downward. If you buy it at $1, that's the risk. GTII has, there's a dozen things GTII has tried to do. But when you buy a stock, it's called risk reward. Risk reward. So the risk when you buy it at $1.40 is that it goes down. I think a stock like GTII, whatever price you pay for it, you should always assume that it can go down by 50%. So if you buy it here at 70 cents, 75 cents, assume it can go to 40 cents or 35 cents. Just assume that. But what is the upside in GTII? Remember, the criminals keep selling and there's no buying. I would argue that you can only buy once. I can only buy once. The criminals can sell, 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 sell. And Gary Gensler is not going to do anything about it. The last count is it's over 400 million shares sold. Do I remember when it was the last chance to buy? Absolutely. Why was the stock trading at $1.40 instead of 70 cents? Because other people also felt the same way. Other people were hearing the same information I heard. Was it false? Possibly. I mean, that's the problem. You don't know. But they've been working on the Trento mine deal now for almost 2 years. It's on their website. It's lithium. There's gold involved. And as far as I know, the deal hasn't been agreed. It is across several countries. It involves a lot of major banks. It's people that have nothing to do with GTII. The Trento mine people, this guy Sean Weintraub. It's all in the news. It's all out there published. But it's a lot of moving parts. It's a big amount of money. It's a syndicated bond. Back several months ago, my understanding was the syndication was complete, the bond was fully committed for, and the money had been wired. If all of those pieces indeed were true, and the announcement came out that Trento Mine had been acquired, depending on your assumptions, I think that stock could be worth $25, $35 a share. And the short squeeze that could come after it. But for some reason it didn't happen. There's two things that went on. One was the general banking crisis or interest rate change of last year, and then the SVB. What I've heard, is it bullshit? I don't know. What I've heard is either all or a large part of the money that was raised had been placed with SVB. So that made all the bankers skitterish. Now, is the Trento mine full of lithium? Is it full of gold? I think so. Is the deal still good? I think so. Is it possible that the money was raised, fell apart because of the banking stress, because of SVB? Yes, it's possible. Does that make the whole thing, remember when the last chance to buy? Yeah, Yeah, in retrospect, 2020 hindsight, it would have been better to wait. But every indication I had at that time, and I couldn't say it, was that the Trento mine deal was done. Well, it turns out it wasn't. Is it dead? I don't think so. But it wasn't done. And then since then, the 1-800-Lawyers hasn't happened. And during these last months, every single day, it's probably not the Kramers, but it's Alpine and their bullies continue to sell the stock without repercussion. Welcome to the ball club. Every stock we're involved in is subject to ongoing short selling. GTII selling for 77 cents. The risk right now is it goes to 35 cents. If you can't stand it, get out right now at 77 cents. The upside, I would say the upside $70, $700. But that's risk reward. You bought it because you were enticed by the upside. Now you come to me sarcastically, remember when it was the last chance to buy, because you're only looking at the downside and the risk. My suggestion is sell GTII. It's not that's for you specifically. It's not financial advice. It's psychological advice. I don't think you can stand to be in this investment. I personally have been in GTII now 3 years. It's starting to get old. There's no question about it. I'm starting to wonder if we can ever beat the criminals. I don't know. I just don't know. There's 97 million shares or 92 million shares in the float at DTCC. Much of that, I would argue, is still restricted. There's 400 million shares naked. Is it a risk reward bet? Yeah, but maybe it's not for you anymore. I'm sorry that you got in at 140. I'm sorry you got in at 120. Sell it if you want to. I can't give you advice. Take your losses. Buy Finger. Finger's going to run. Thing is, I think when Finger runs, GTII goes as well. So you can take your sarcasm, frame it, write it in lipstick on your mirror. That's sarcasm. Remember when it was the last chance to buy at 140? And remind me about it if Finger goes to 35 and GTII's at $10. But thank you for your comment. Sergio put you in timeout for saying you bought Finger? I didn't see that. I'm sorry that happened. Did they lose anything? I don't know. It was something I was told, and I'm trying to remember while I'm talking to you. It was something I was told. Let me feed Lucky, because he's... Well, let me... it's 6:27. Let me just see. Anyway, I don't think they lost anybody. Nobody lost money in SVB. It was run by Democrats, woke Democrats. And so they bailed them out. If that had been a Texas bank, it wouldn't have been bailed out. Best Buy. Was I wrong on Best Buy? I know, Bed Bath & Beyond. Was I wrong on Bed Bath & Beyond? Well, it's 22 cents. But I remember when it was 33, 36 cents. You know what I would do with Bed Bath & Beyond? I'd sell it, and I would probably buy... recruiter.com, RCRT, for a double. And then you can go back and buy Bed Bath & Beyond. I know, Deacon Blue, I'm getting mad at things. I get frustrated. I'm just human. And I get frustrated at the fact that my dog might be dying. He's on steroids. He's doing better. But I get frustrated with that. I get frustrated. I'm not putting oil and gas deals together. I'm frustrated that I keep having to answer the same idiotic questions sometimes over and over again. On the other hand, I don't mind answering sincere questions. And then what's frustrating is I can put together all of the pieces of information and make a projection. The one thing I give congratulations to Philip Valier and Jeff Easton and Kurt and Seth Kramer for recognizing that they could go into Dwayne Reed and steal all of the laundry detergent and the security guard will let them do it. They could go into the jewelry store, smash the cases, steal the jewelry, and the guard will let them do it. That they could go into Nordstrom's and just grab all the designer bags, run out the door in a flash mob, and the guards will let them do it. I congratulate these criminals on recognizing that the SEC does nothing. But I actually thought that we could effect a reckoning in some of these stocks. The stock that's going to move next is Finger Motion, FNGR. Is it going to do it by Friday? I don't think so. Could it do it by Friday? Absolutely. Absolutely. It could be a $7, $8, $9, $10 stock by Friday. Finger. But I have to face the facts. And I own a lot of calls. And I'm going to lose them. If it doesn't trade up, I'm going to lose them. But I'm not going to quit. So if the shorts are watching and they're saying, "Oh, well, we'll take those calls," and I'm not going to quit. But I lost calls in Finger in October, November, and December, and then I lost them in July. Now, looking back, what I should have done is just put money slowly into the stock, and then I wouldn't be in that situation. But Finger, in my judgment, is going to have massive earnings in September. In my judgment, Finger is going to have a new financial partner. Why? It's not rocket science. Why did they fire the toxic criminals, the Lynn partners? They had hired Wes Christian. They had hired Sharon Tell. They fought to get out of it. Why did they fire him? My guess is because they've found a new investment bank that's a real bank. Because why would they go to a criminal like Jeff Easton again? So it's just laying there. There's a pattern. So one, I think their revenues and earnings are in a massive upswing. Two, the fundamental story is based on 5 or 6 legs and is only going to get better. So I believe that the story is sustainable. And 3, I think they're going to have plain vanilla financing. At least that's what I'm guessing. So I think Finger's the next one to go. Will it do it by Friday? I don't know. Is there a short squeeze potential there? Absolutely. Absolutely. Could Finger go to 1,000? Absolutely. How should you play it? I think you should play it in the hundreds. Don't get greedy. Now, that's number 1. Number 2, I think when Finger goes, GTI will lift off. Now, GTII can go anytime because of the Trento mine. It can go because of the water deal. It can go because of Alpine finally having to be shut down because of their criminality. Or it can just go because people are making money in Finger and they start coming back and buying GTII. And the price gets beyond any kind of ability of Alpine to continue to carry the position, whether or not they are constitutional or not, whether or not FINRA wins in court or not, whether or not the SEC cares or not. The ultimate thing is the price. But my number one stock right now is Finger. And the parallel, the double sun is GTII. But my second stock I would really look at is Logic. 30 cents, I think it'll be $1.50. Now, I'm not saying that you could make $100 in a spike. That's the difference. But to the gentleman that says, do you remember when it's the last time we could get into GTII was 140? Well, I think Logic might be more your speed. Logic's down from 80 cents at 27 cents. Maybe they'll drive it lower. To me, that's more of an opportunity to buy it. But I would, right now, Finger number one, Logic number two. With Finger being sort of 1A and 1B, GTII. Remember that as Finger goes up, I believe GTII will go in lockstep. But I think Logic would be my next one. It's an interesting idea, RCRT, because I think the GoLogic deal is going to get done. And will they get RCRT to 50 or 60 cents? Maybe, before that deal's done. I don't know. It's an interesting trade. And then parallel GoLogic, but GoLogic's a little more expensive than RCRT. You're going to end up with RCRT anyway. But yeah, right now I would focus on Finger. Now, how do you do Finger? Well, there's only 3 days left till options expiry. Yep, that's the problem. So do you roll them to September? There's no premium in August. So I think right now you have to assume that your money in the August calls is forfeit. And remember, I own them. And it's going to piss me off. But if buying comes in, which the charts look to me like there is a buyer in there, the charts look like it's broken out, although closing today, I'd have to look again. But I don't see anything that it's breaking down. Could you get a drive down on Friday? Buy Friday down to $4 again? Sure. They did it before. Why not? And if you're a big buyer, would you let it go down? Sure, maybe not, maybe. But those, I think, are low probability. They're possible, but they're low probability. If Finger goes to 6, 7, 8 this week, then you sell your calls. You could roll them to September, but you're going to pay a lot of premium. If you have courage, maybe you sell your calls now and you wait till Monday to reestablish for September. But you miss out on the potential of a big announcement or something over the weekend and the stock opens at 15 on Monday. See, it's risk reward. It's easy for the gentleman to say, do you remember when it was the last chance to buy? That's called 20/20 hindsight. But right now, I think you have to be prepared that any buyer in Finger who's been there over this period of time, who I think is still there, are they going to be able to drive it up to 7, 8, 9, or 10 by Friday, that's really a flip of the coin to me. So I have spent the last couple of days just realizing, because I thought it would be at 6 or 7 yesterday or today, realizing that the odds of me getting out of my calls for a profit or anything are really low, really, really low. So then what? Well, then September comes, and then you say to yourself, am I willing to do it one more time? And I'll make that decision on Monday. But I think Finger is your next potential big win. I think Logic is going to happen this week or next week, and it's going to give you a nice return. 3 to 5 times your money. For the gentleman that says, remember when it was the last chance to get in at $1.40, get out of, I can't give you advice, but as an idea, get out of GTII at 70 cents. You lose 50% of your money. Get into Logic. You establish a tax loss. Logic is less risky than Finger, although I don't think Finger's very risky. But one idea is get into Logic. In 6 to 8 weeks, Logic goes by 3 times, maybe 5 times. You've gotten all your money back from GTII. You don't have to be in GTII, stand like a statue. Or sell your GTII, get into Finger while they have the Jeff Easton discount. Just buy the stock, don't buy calls. Buy it for $5. Maybe put an offer in at $4.50. Maybe it goes down to $4.50. Buy Finger. And when Finger goes to $20 or $30 a share, you'll have all your GTII money back, and you'll have taken the loss in GTII, and Bob's your uncle. You don't have to give sarcastic comments and stand like a victim, stand like a statue in GTII. There are alternatives. Risk reward. Hindsight's 2020. Hey, maybe GTI's not for me. I've lost half my money. I'm gonna take my loss, and I'm gonna split it between Finger and LGIQ. And when they run, I get my money back. I have the loss against the gain, and I'm never going to listen to that idiot on YouTube ever again in my life. I wouldn't blame you. No, LGIQ. LGIQ, 27 cents. They are going to put Data Logic, which is that's their whole earnings engine, into Aubrey SPAC for $114 million. It's based on $10 a share. Aubrey SPAC's selling for $11. So that works out to $1.20 a share. So you're paying 27 cents for Logic right now. The S4 should be approved this week or next week. I can't, it's a prediction, not a promise. That will be the Aubrey SPAC part will be worth $1.20. This is 27 cents. This becomes a shell. They've already lined up, in my opinion, several companies they might put in here. But my guess is they're going to pick one that's bigger than the one they let expire. So I think this is 50 cents a share. $1.20. Call it $1.50. Your 27 cents turns into $1.50. Will the shorts be at work? Sure. Will Gary Gensler allow them to do it? Sure. But on the other hand, the revenue will be here. The results will be here. They've got a great management team. They're going to bring in other companies. The shorts are going to have a hard time destroying this company. But that's the risk. They will try to always drive a stock price down to break up deals. Look, this is a absolutely a la carte ticket to steal money from the markets. It is to the benefit of Goldman Sachs. Therefore, the current chairman of the SEC does nothing about it. He puts out inane Twitters about how to save for your retirement. Adhering to GTII, it is in a dip now. Yes, it is in a dip. I think GTII, that's so funny. The GTII short interest was 27%. Ham predicted 30%. 30%, something like that. Pretty good. All right, I'm gonna sign off because well, Nuts Diamond McNuts, it's completely possible that GTI could soar. Completely possible. Deacon Blues, you have most of your net worth at AST and Nextbridge. I like that. I have my little shares. I don't have as many as you do, but I paid too much. But I called in to AST, and they confirmed that it's on their books. Next step is do I have to deliver? But I couldn't get a human being on the phone. But I'm glad that you have your shares at AST, and I hope Sada Aman does as well. Deacon Blues, I'm never speaking to you again, ever. I bet I paid more for my shares than you paid for your 24,000. But Deacon Blues, can I tell you how much I think you're worth? Deacon Blues, the next time I speak to you, you're going to have a secretary and bodyguards. I think right now you could be worth $6 million. All right, so let me tell you, if I had paid 128, what'd you pay, 128? I'd have the same many shares as you. For the amount of money I paid for this, if I had gotten in at 128, I'd have the same amount of shares as you do. I'm very happy for you. I'm kidding you. I'm kidding you by saying I'll never speak to you. I am envious, but in a good way, in a very good way. I think you're going to be a wealthy man. But that's not a promise. That's just how I see it. You've got to make a lot of decisions. Don't hesitate to sell for much, much less if there's indications of bad news. Any oil and gas project can go sour very, very quickly. But I don't see that happening here. And I did a calculation the other day, which leads me to believe that right now you were worth over $5 million. Well, that's brilliant. I had a friend tell me to buy MMTLP for months. And I trust him. And it was under $1. I just never did it. I wish I had. But I got what I have. I have many fewer shares than you, but probably more of a cash investment. But I'm happy to have what I have. I'm happy. Oh, I hope you buy John Hurry's Scottsdale home. Get it, get it, get a priest over there to get rid of any demons. How's Ham's meeting go? I have no idea. But if I had to guess, um, I've been in many meetings with Ham. He's quite endearing. He's effective as hell, and he will get all of his points across, all of them, and he'll listen to the questions. And most people leave with their head spinning because it's so much information at the end of the day. But he is able to break it down to the key points. And when he leaves those meetings, I bet there'll be buying in finger motion. You got into BBBY at 8 cents. Robin, I really would get out of BBBY. I said get out at 36 cents or something. It's on tape. You can find it. It's now 22 cents. It's going to go to zero. BBBY will go to zero. But I think you could put that money into, for example, RCRT, which is going to be what GoLogic, that's going to be one of the two pieces of paper that GoLogic's going to turn into. I think you could double your money in RCRT in the short run. You could put it in finger, but I know it's so many fewer shares. You could put it. It's now. Back then, when it was 36 cents, I said just buy Logic. You could still do that. You still buy Logic, and I think you could get all. You could turn your 8 cents into maybe $1.10, $1.20. I know you're in the green, but it's got Bed Bath and Beyond is going to go to zero. Yeah, I think that's right, Deacon Blues. It's going to be hard to swap around. Julius, can I explain the premium? Yes. Um, uh, when you buy, for example, the August $3 calls for Finger, I think, are trading at $2. I don't know. I don't know where the stock traded. There's no premium. That's all intrinsic value. There's no premium. But maybe the $5 calls are trading at 35 cents. That's all premium. The premium is the difference between the intrinsic value and the price you're paying. Conceptually, you could pay a discount, but it's usually unlikely that happens. So if you're buying calls on finger motion and the stock's $5, if you buy the $5 calls, whether it's September, August, July, you're going to, unless you pay zero, if the stock's $5 and you buy the $5 calls, unless you pay zero, everything you pay is time premium. If you buy, say, the $2 calls and they're trading at $3, it's unlikely that you're really going to pay any premium. You're just going to pay the intrinsic value if it's August. If it's September, you're probably going to pay a little bit more. So then you have the intrinsic value plus the premium. I don't know if I'm just saying the same words over and over again and making it more confusing than not. I'm not counting on a miracle for the finger calls this week. But all it would need is for a reputable investment bank to say, "Hey, we're gonna be here." But there's some risks there. If a big bank comes out, or a medium-sized bank or a small bank comes out and says, "You know what? We're going to raise money," but they fail to say the details, the shorts will panic you and say, "Oh my God, they're doing another crappy, Lynn Partners deal," and they'll try to sell it off, and everyone will be going, "Oh my God, the stock price is down. It must be a crappy deal. Did you see the S4? They're raising, whatever, $50 million," and I made that number up, and it's just, I can't believe it, and it's another, that could happen. But I really think rationally, it's highly unlikely, if they do announce they're going to raise a lot of money, one, that they're going to do it at low prices. Remember, you have to put that out, and then it could take months or years to fill out a registration settlement. But also, they're not going to do a crappy deal. And in my opinion, they're not going to do a low price deal. But anyway, there's always the risk between now and Friday that something will panic everything, and the criminals will take all the premium. I hope that doesn't happen. But we just gotta face it. It happened last time in July. To me, there's no reason why they can't drive it back down to 4 by Friday. Is it likely? No. Could it happen? Yes. I think what's more likely is that buyers come in. Maybe the buyers that Ham's talking to tonight. Maybe buyers like I just talked to today that has purchased 2 million shares. Maybe buyers like this guy out of Canada. Buyers, I think it's more likely that buying's going to come in to finger by Friday. Much more likely. I would put it at 80-20 or 75-25. But should we count on it? No, we shouldn't count on it. Did Pedro say that? I would happen to agree with you. Ham said it today. The buyer's not doing it to help us. I think that whoever's been buying is not going to stop. I would submit to you even more than that whoever's accumulated a large position is going to realize that if they do stop, they're going to open it to selling from Jeff Easton and his buddies. So of non-existent shares he can't borrow, shares he can't locate, but hey, between us, who cares, right? The SEC, who cares? But I would imagine that Pedro's correct. You step back, you let Easton's buddies sell it down, dig their financial grave a little deeper, and then come in buying. I think that's right. 504, that's a good price. I think GTII is a good accumulation. But Deacon, I think the best thing you did, I think you got lucky, frankly. Not because you don't deserve luck. I think I got lucky too, on a much smaller scale. But I had a CEO once tell me years ago, oil and gas is the only business that you can have overnight gains just by having your idea work out. Underground, what's in the ground can change your life. 521 on finger. That's great. All right, guys. I'm going to give it 1 minute. If there's one more question, this is one of those days when I'm going to leave the call and feel like I screwed up and I lost control of my audience and all that. Yeah, I think finger Rizard. If people can just get away from all the negativity about what's happened and you know the do you remember when GTII was a great buy at 140 and you remember when MMTLP was supposed to all of the negativity finger is look finger at $5 is cheap in my judgment. If it goes to 4 or 3 for some reason in a spike downward, oh my gosh, screaming buy. Finger, in my judgment, is going a lot higher. There's nothing Jeff Easton, Hai Lee Kim, Sam Chung, and Philip Vallier benchmark and all of their buddies can do about it, in my opinion. I know, my emotions I have to control. Lucky's doing a lot better, but he's getting old before my eyes. And he's much more alert. But I don't know. I don't know how much more time I have with him. Quit buying options, just buy the stock. That's true. Don't buy the options, just buy the stock. That is true. Yeah, when he dies, it's going to break my heart. But I've lost a lot of things over the last period of time, including my father. And I guess sometimes that's just what happens. You lose things. A lot of things. But I don't know what to do about it other than keep going. Well, EO pointed out I can't talk about that. Don't talk about it, so I won't. But there used to be a time when people would say, hey, it's a free country. You know, you'd say something and say, hey, it's a free country. But nobody says that anymore. I know, Tom, but he's perked up. He's you know, his number 1 and number 2 are irregular, to say the least. But he really has perked up. But he can barely, you know, his walking is tough. We don't get very far, and I'm worried that it's the steroids. And as soon as he stops taking the steroids, it's all over. So it's a little bit. It's a little bit like and maybe that's what's showing up. It's a little bit like my feelings toward the options and finger. You know, I figure they're a goner, and I just don't want to have hope. Just don't ever want hope. Yeah, I know. Code red, I know. Yeah, I think buying the stock, I wish, that's the thing. That again, that's 2020 vision. But if I had saved the call options in I forget, October, November, December, something like that, and then I just didn't do any, and then I did them July and August. If I had saved those and just bought the stock, you're right, just buy the stock. I like that. We can go Scottsdale. Mm, Scottsdale. Yeah, uh, Mr. Lamar, it's not that I'm saying that people should listen to what that crap I have to say. I'm just saying in our country, we used to hold above all things that it's a free country. And I hope we don't lose that. I hope we don't lose that. And as trying to remember who said it so I can quote him. Um, Somebody recently, might have been Jordan Peterson, but it might have been somebody else. Might have been Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He said that freedom of speech, the First Amendment, isn't there to protect the things you want to hear. It's not there to protect easy speech. It's there because a lot of speech is uncomfortable. I didn't look at TTOO. Do I have to look at it? TTOO. It's up 8 cents. 68 cents. Low on the day, 41 cents. High on the day, 71 cents. Closed up 50%, and it's up 16% in the aftermarket. It's pretty interesting. I agree with you. TTOO, that is pretty interesting. And you did call it, or somebody on this call called it, I remember. Well, Chris, Daniel, the more Lynn Partners in the last quarterly or whatever I found on the internet, it was the first quarter. They owned 2.5 million shares of Finger in one of their little trusts. They don't have a lot of assets under management. But I start wondering if they're just fronts. They just get the CEOs to sign the document and that maybe they get a 10% or 20% fee and then the real criminals go to work. I don't know. It doesn't make them any better. But I think Lynn Partners is going to go out of business, and I think Jeff Easton will never be able to have a career on Wall Street again. No dilution, FDA approval. Yeah, but Code Red, the problem with FDA approval is and I don't know, but if they need money, they have to issue shares. And if criminals are around, the criminals are going to make sure the price is down there at pennies per share, so it is dilutive when they issue shares. I know, it's all about hurting people's feelings. Fair enough. Fair enough. I always, believe it or not, if I hurt someone's feelings, I think about it, regret it. Fair enough. But, and I'm not always tough in all aspects of my life, but in Wall Street, the only way to win is to try to look at the cold, hard truth. There's no other choice. You know, it's money. If your wallet goes to zero, you can't play anymore. If your wallet goes down by half, you can still play. But you have to try as much as possible to look clearly at what's ahead. I think Finger could go up 5 points in a morning with the right alliance. On the other hand, the criminals are fighting to the death, and they'll try to get those premiums this Friday. So hey Hector, it's a nice play of the day, Big Al. I don't know, guys. The only winning move is to not play. I don't know, guys. I think I got upset 2 or 3 times on today's call. So I apologize for that. Normally I like to apologize when I'm not going to do it again, but I can't guarantee that I won't overreact again. I wish Finger had closed up today, not down. But 3 days is more than enough. More than enough. If we got 5 points to the upside, that would be great. Yeah, it is. I think it's also the heat. We still find with Finger? I don't know. Hector, there's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday before the options expire. So if you own options, I think it depends on which strike price. But I think you should just plan on it that those options are going to be worthless Saturday morning. So, sorry about that. However, the stock's $5. If I had to pick the odds of it closing at $4 Friday or closing at $5, I would go 80-20. $5 80%, $4 20%. If I had to choose between $4 and let's say closing at $6 or $7 on Friday, or $8 on Friday, I'd probably go 20. Let me say it differently. Choose between $5 or $6, $7, $8. I'd go 50-50. So I think the general trajectory is in our favor by Friday, but we have to admit it's only 3 days left. Do I think Finger's going to go up? As you put it, is it fined? Yeah, I think we're still fined in Finger. It feels like it's going to go up over the next 5 weeks rather than over the next 3 days. That's what it feels like. But that can change in a heartbeat. That can change just like that. That's right, Big Al. If you're good at trading, you don't need to do a squeeze play. And Big Al, in that point is why big hedge funds and institutions, they don't come into plays like Finger until it's already running because they know how to trade. They can use that capital every day to make profits. That's why they don't get buried in a stock. So it's likely that hedge funds that say they'll buy Finger will only buy it after it starts to run. It's my guess. I know Hector, I was making fun. I was making fun. All right, it's 7:13. I'll go two more minutes, and then I'm going to go walk my dog. I do wish everyone well, including the people I got agitated with. I know it's tough. We have to allow each other our frustrations, otherwise we'll break apart. Um, and I don't know what else to say. I didn't expect to spend my life answering the questions on these two shares. I don't mind it, but I hope you understand that sometimes I'm not perfect. All right, so one more minute. If there's another question, I'll answer it. If there isn't, I'm going to go walk Lucky Boy. And that was the minute. All right, so anyway, good night to everybody. I hope you're well. And I wish each of you peace, love, and happiness. I know, poor Tony. I said my prayers, but yours are probably more effective. He was a good guy, and I'm sure that goes a long way with the big man up there, the big guy. So anyway, we'll catch you tomorrow. Catch you on the flip side if they ever make a movie. Nah, it's too confusing. Too confusing. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go walk my dog, and yeah, he did have character, and he did. I think he did a great job. He was an angel. He was an angel, a male angel. So thank you. And I do sincerely apologize for losing my cool. It's been a nerve-shattering experience for me, sir. Over and out.